Welcome back to the kitchen. Today, it's Spice Cake Day. I'm excited. Seamus, congratulations for being the official first. Not the official or the official first, just the official first. We've got Baby Orca as the official second, and Gothic Fairy Queen as the official third. Congratulations, you guys, you did it. Hello also to Nivex and Carrie. You guys, thank you for those watch streaks. I see you streaking in chat. I see you. I approve. 52 times, 114 times. So many self-care check-ins. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness, you guys. I made it. I made it to stream. For a little bit there, it was looking rough. Not really, just I'm always kicking myself anytime I'm looking at the clock going, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. You know, I'm debating on if I scooch stream start time to like 3 p.m. Eastern Standard instead of 2 p.m. I'm debating it. I kind of want to wait for the time change in November where we're gonna slide back an hour, because then 3 p.m. will become 2 p.m. which might just solve the problem. So I kind of want to wait and see. Did a tiny bit of work in the craft room. That project is going very slowly. Oh, I bet, Carrie. I bet. Organizing a craft room is never fast. It's never, ever fast. Never has been, never will be. Europe changes last weekend. Yeah, you guys changed just a hair before us. And I think New Zealand and Australia have already changed. Because they can, apparently. And that's just for the places that do change. Because I know that there are just random spots that are smart and intelligent and don't practice daylight savings time. So like Arizona doesn't, Alaska doesn't, I think it's part of British Columbia doesn't, not all of it, but part of it. Hawaii doesn't. And then you've got weird places that decide to practice half time zones. So they're only a half hour off in either direction. And those places we burn to the ground. Because like time zones are confusing enough. Daylight savings time is confusing enough. You have to move half an hour. Stop. Yeah, Arizona doesn't. Right? Nivex, down with daylight savings time. We technically turn it off when we fall back. So as far as I'm concerned, when we turn it off, we should just leave it off. Fall back, be done with it, don't spring forward in the spring, and go about our merry days. We have really good indoor lighting now. It'll be fine. On this, we are in agreement. Excellent. Yeah, because it makes no sense to me personally to stay on daylight savings time, but that's just me. That's just me. And I personally, come summertime when it's staying late till 9 o'clock at night, if we fell back, it would only stay late, like light out until 8 p.m., which I feel like is smarter. I would rather not have the sun up as late because it's so deceptive as to what time of the day it is. At least for me. I literally tend to have a harder time in the summer regulating my sleep cycle because I'm like, it's still early, it's still early, it's still early. Holy shit, it's 9:30. The sun only just went down. Like, it's a problem. It is a problem. Good morning, Robin. How are you? Hi, Everett. Thank you. Here we had a discussion. Some people think that if we get right off summertime, they can't go party at Ibiza anymore because summertime still exists. Those people are very confused. Want permanent daylight saving time. We tried that in the 70s. Sunrise not until 9 a.m. in the winter made it a spectacular. Oh my gosh. Sunrise not until 9 a.m. in the winter would be a spectacular failure. Oh my goodness, Wazzo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What do you mean? What do you mean a hype trade? It's what? I don't understand Twitch. I don't understand. As far as I know, that's the only event that happened. Twitch, are you okay? Are you drunk? Do you need to go home? Wazzo, thank you so much. Wazzo started a hype train single-handedly, you guys, as far as I can see, and she nailed Aimida, Hanbanan, Kurokujaku, Kuiguki, Maria. Oh, I know Maria. I know that name. Call it winter time and summertime, not day. Oh, interesting, Orca. Interesting. The dramatic music is a fun background to this conversation about daylight savings time. Oh, I bet it is. Hi, Maria. Welcome in. How are you? Wazzo is a legend. You're so powerful. Single-handed hype. That's right. That's right. I do know your name. I do. Geomes, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Welcome in. How are you, friend? Geomes is a teammate, you guys. Geomes is a fabulous teammate on EBGG. It is a hype trade. It is a hype trade, but I feel touched because I've literally been live for less than 15 minutes. This never happens. Y'all are crazy, but I feel so loved. I have to be so careful when I go to put my hands over my heart because I don't want to smack the mic and give you guys like permanent hearing damage. Shavis, thank you for the giant emo. I appreciate it. Look at that look out emote. I friggin' love that thing. I love that thing so much, Wazzo. It is the best. Smack it. I have bone conducting headphones. Oh, those things are so nice. I wish mine would hook up to my desktop because then I could wear them out here and I could actually hear things. Xiaomi, 2 months in a row. Thank you for the resubscription, friend. I appreciate it. I didn't even... Did I know? Did you... Now I'm not sure if you announced it last time you subscribed or not. I'd have to go look because anybody who announces it like that ends up on my just chatting screen with a cute little graphic. So I know everybody who has announced it. I can actually pull up like a list privately to see who all the subscribers are, but I don't like to do that and call them out in case they wanted to just be a lurky subscriber, you know? It's kind. I had to buy a See, I have the Bluetooth dongle, and when I go to install it, it's like, you already have software running. Do you want to disable it? And I'm like, no. But then I can't get the software to pick up the thing. So I just have to like literally sit down for an afternoon and suck it up with the executive dysfunction and deal with it until I get them to work. I really do. It's just such a pain in the ass. Watch, it's gonna take me like 10 minutes, just, it's a funny story, just like the Nintendo Switch to a capture card did. Level 2, what? Maria, thank you for gifting out a community sub. I appreciate that. Tamia Bear Streams, I recognize that name. I recognize that name too. But yeah, so I have a Nintendo Switch and I wanted to be able to use my computer monitor to be able to see what I'm doing because we don't really have a living room with a TV at the moment. And got a capture card and everything. And then I just procrastinated to hell on setting it up because I was like, this is gonna be so complicated. It's gonna take me forever and I have to crawl behind the desk and I don't want to. 5 minutes, you guys, 5 minutes. It took me 5 minutes. Because of course it did. Rukia, hello, welcome in. How are you, friend? I saw a message that I was missing. Hang on, I'm scrolling up. 4.5 hours of sleep, up for 9-ish. Oof, oof, baby Orca, that's rough. That is rough on the sleep. That's so rough. I understand. I've been doing the wibble wobbles in the sleep land. But I got up today by 11:30 in the morning, which I consider to be very good, thank you. I need to do better, but that's still good. Working on it. We're working on it. Sounds like ADHD procrastinating until you can't, and then it, yeah. And it very well could be ADHD. I have put myself on a wait list to get tested. But the wait list is 3 to 5 months, which means, and I did this end of August. So the soonest I'll hear from them is like November, end of November. And the latest is the end of January. in theory, because there's been no communication since. So I have no idea if they actually truly received my request or not. I should probably actually put a request into somewhere else just in case. But my doctor also needs me to be looking into therapists and stuff in general, because the seasonal affective disorder is starting to get a little bit out of control. And with the possibility of ADHD on the table, and at some point somebody thought I might be bipolar, which no official diagnosis, but I understand where she's coming from. She says you have two very, very significant things potentially happening in your brain. I'm not comfortable, and you've already had two misfires with SSRIs. I'm not comfortable prescribing you another one until you actually see a professional in that field, which is fair. And I do not fault my doctor for saying, I'm not comfortable with this. She gave me resources to find somebody, but again, it's that whole like sitting down and doing the thing. You know, it's so hard. 720 days became 909 days. Oh, that's rough. I'm doing good, Rukia. How about yourself? I have several tasks I need to do today too. Pick up at IKEA. Oh, we got a lot of IKEA people today. Hang shelves, help fix bike tires, put up... Ooh, I want to see pictures of the Halloween decor when you're done, Wazo. You're tired and you haven't done any of them yet? Listen, it's the weekend. You're allowed to be lazy. Bipolar is so much fun. Oh, I believe it, Maria. I believe it. And you know what? It has a bad rap and it has a stigma. But I have come to terms with the fact that anything I get diagnosed with, I have to just let the stigma go. So should I get diagnosed with it, like actually diagnosed with it, I'm just gonna let the stigma go, and it's just gonna inform treatment. And that's how I've gotta look at it, right? Because ADHD also had quite the stigma with it, and that is going away. So, one thing at a time. Don't get IKEA, I got stuck. Yeah, Orga did have a little bit of a moment at IKEA today. Bish! Hi, Gwen. How are you? Welcome in. You like your diagnosis because they affirm what I'm feeling. And that is very valid, Maria. That is so valid. I want a diagnosis, like a more affirmative diagnosis aside from, yeah, you've got anxiety and pretty much major depressive disorder, because the treatment for that thus far, and maybe it's just that I can't find a good therapist for fuck all, anything, is we're gonna talk. We're just gonna talk, and we're gonna talk in a way that you just, you know, you talk with your friends. And I'm like, this does not help me. You are giving me nothing constructive to work on. You are not giving me tools to help me navigate this. It's just, do you want to talk? And I'm like, yes, but also no. You guys, thank you for a level 3 12% hype train. I really appreciate that. You're super generous. Enjoy those new hype train emotes if you earned them. If you already have them all, congratulations. You are as obsessed with dropping in on hype trains as I am. Knowing what to get and where to get it. In 4 p.m. 4:30, stuff loaded past 6:15 p.m. Yeah, the loading is the hard part. It's the hard part. Choo-choo! That's so cute, Chiomies. You're upsetty spaghetti because you got them all right, Maria? I'm in the same boat. The only ones that I need are like level 25 and above. And I have a feeling if I really want those emotes, I'm literally gonna have to just randomly search Twitch for a really high hype train, swoop in, drop 100 bits, and say nothing so that I can get the emotes. Only needing the sweaty one. That's what you did? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. That's what I'm gonna have to do. But yeah, no, with treatment, so that's been my experience, right, with therapy. And I had one therapist, the last therapist I had. She was not a bad person, and she definitely did talk me through some rough times. However, her grand advice was, you're just carrying so much on your back. It's like rocks in your backpack. And you just need to set the backpack down. And I was like, okay, well, how do I do that? And she's like, you'll realize and you'll just set the backpack down. And I was like, that is not helpful. That's not helpful. So, yeah. Therapy, great. If you can find the right therapist. I ordered online for pickup. Don't even have to go inside. Oh, that's handy, Wazo. Yeah, it's not helpful at all, Geomies. It's not. Had a few, no one suspected ASD until one lady was like, this EMDR isn't working. Maybe you have ASD. Let's get you tested. And yeah, I scored a 9 out of 10. So I guess you do, baby workout. I guess you do. That definitely says ASD to me. Gwen, I'm going to have that refunded to you. I can't do Smeagol time when I'm baking. I mean to pause that and I forget. I can't pick the cat up. I know. It's a whole thing. You're not the only person who's redeemed that. And then I'm like, oops, I forgot to pause that. Yeah, I gotta pause it. Let me open up Firefox and see if I can from here. I think I can. Channel rewards. Smeagol time. Oh, I can't pause it from Firebot because it's done in Twitch. Okay, I'll just have things refunded. I'm not gonna go fish out my Twitch dashboard for this. Never used points before, more just wanted. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so when you redeem something, an effect might play. I might do something. It might give you a redeem of some sort. Like the most expensive one that up there in the most expensive ones that I have is a custom command where you would have to send me a little sound bite that it's not copyright material, or at least not long enough to be worried about. And then it would be exclamation point Caius lady when you come in or whenever you want, and it would play your little bit. So like that requires some communication, things like that. I would definitely love to get a therapist, but I also need to just get a regular doctor since I haven't gotten one. Ooh, yeah. Finding a primary care physician is very important, even if it's just for your yearly physical and any necessary vaccinations that you're due for, because it was a regular physical that caught my Hashimoto's. Hi, Kags. How are you? Welcome in. Maria, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Yeah. I am a big supporter of have a primary care physician. They are hard to find sometimes. I totally respect that, but I'm a big proponent for it because it was literally routine blood work where they were like, your thyroid levels were normal and now they're not normal. We're going to keep an eye on that, and if they continue in the wrong direction, we'll test you. And so the next year when they had really continued in the wrong direction, they were like, we're going to run the test. We're going to run the test for Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Hopefully you don't have it. You could just have a hypothyroid, but if you do, at least we'll know. And I got that beautiful phone call with the message of, can you please call us back? The doctor would like to schedule an appointment to discuss your results with you, which means you don't get good news. They never want to schedule an appointment to tell you about good news. Because if it's good news, they'll just call and leave a message that says, we got your blood test results back and everything's normal, right? So, yeah, I got diagnosed through routine physical, but I have the diagnosis and that is helpful. Yearly physical. So a yearly physical in the States is where once a year you go to see your doctor and they're just going to do routine blood work. So they want to check like your cholesterol, your thyroid function, your complete blood count, and making sure you've got good iron levels, your vitamin D levels, some various other things, like just very routine. This is stuff that everybody should have checked. And then you go into the doctor and they're gonna listen to your heart and your lungs, your bowels. They'll do a skin check if you want, if you're somebody who's maybe prone to moles or skin cancery things. They look in your eyes and your ears. They ask you some routine questions about how life's going, take your height and weight, and answer any questions you might have about things that have happened the past year with your health. And then you go on your way. For most people, this is a very quick, like, bing, bang, boom, same as last year. You're good to go. You're a picture of health. Have a nice day. See you in a year. For somebody like me, That's not usually the case because I've got autoimmune going on. I'm good. Impatiently waiting for my slow roasted tomatoes to be done cooking. Slow roasted tomatoes. And what are you putting the tomatoes on? Or are you just eating the tomatoes, Kags? We don't have that. We only come in with a complaint, get told to wait 14 days on paracetamol and come back. Oh my Lord, Orca. That's wild. That is wild. Preventative care is so much more effective than acute care, because if you can do routine physicals and prevent something from getting really bad, you see people less in the ER, in theory. Some people, though, just really like urgent care in the ER. Unless it's a serious thing, of course, but yeah, flu complaint, be sick for 14. Oh, and then usually it's over. Yeah. Yep, 100%. 100%. That's how it goes. Sorry, I've got an itch on my sternum. It's gonna look real weird. All right, you guys, we can keep talking, but I need to actually get you this recipe because we have chatted a lot, which I love. I do love that. But I'm not used to that. Like, you're spoiling me. So today we're gonna be baking out of the cookbook, Baking Yesteryear from B. Dylan Hollis. You probably know him from TikTok or Instagram or YouTube Reels because he blew up during the pandemic and he is super fun. You love him, right? He's so funny, isn't he? Isn't he, Geomies? Seamus will see your message when he gets back in there, Gwen. So we're gonna make the cream spice cake. And I don't usually make cakes on stream because frosting them requires them to cool down. But I think I can put it in the fridge and cool it relatively quickly for you guys so that we can actually frost it. That, and we're using a boiled frosting, so I think it makes a little bit of a difference. I'm not sure. So for this recipe, one that makes those chocolate no, he does not make chocolate sculptures. He works with old recipes. He likes to find unusual recipes, make them, and taste them, and there's usually a lot of screaming and gay jokes. It's wonderful. He's hilarious. He's absolutely hilarious. So for this recipe, for the cake, we need a half a cup or 115 grams of butter softened. Mine has been sitting out. A stick of butter in the US is half a cup. 1 cup or 220 grams of packed dark brown sugar. Just the yolks of 5 large eggs, 2 1/4 or 315 cups. Let me say that again. 2 1/4 cups or 315 grams of all-purpose flour. The parentheses are screwing me up. Oh no, they put it backwards. It's a mistake in the book. Never mind. Moving right along, 2 teaspoons ground cinnamon, 1 teaspoon ground cloves, 1 teaspoon ground allspice, 1 teaspoon ground mace, which you can substitute with nutmeg, and I am, because my dumbass forgot to look ahead and realize that mace is something I'd have to specially order in, and I never have because I barely see it, so there's that. 3/4 teaspoon of salt, 1 cup or 250 grams of sour cream, and half a teaspoon of baking soda. No, he makes the old recipes. For the frosting, which is a boiled frosting, and that's new to me, we need 1 3/4 cups or 350 grams of granulated sugar, 1/3 cup or 80 milliliters light corn syrup, or dun 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 dun, golden syrup. You know exactly which one I'm picking. Half a cup or 120 milliliters of water, the whites of 2 large eggs. So when we crack our eggs, we need 5 yolks, and we're going to save 2 whites aside for the frosting. And then optional, in my opinion, 1 cup or 115 grams of chopped walnuts, because I've said it before, I'm saying it again, and I will say it plenty of times in the future. I don't like nuts in my dessert. Not even Seamus's. No nuts in my dessert. Thank you. Very, very rarely will I be okay with them, but there's no nuts in my banana bread. There's no nuts in my brownies. I don't put nuts on my cookies, and I sure as shit am not putting chopped walnuts on top of my beautiful spice cake. I like one type of nuts. Yes, Nutmeg for mace. And that is exactly what I'm doing. Since I'm not putting the walnuts on this, though, I think that we're going to make more caramel and drizzle it down the edges. Because you know what? Caramel and spice cake sound like a fantastic idea. I may even drizzle it on the center part. Because why not? Just get all of that good caramel goodness in there. Yeah, caramel. Team no dessert nuts. Let's go, Wazzo. The zany kind. The zany kind. Absolutely. Seamus, you spelled nuts wrong. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. There's another thing that is going to be different for my recipe than his recipe. So this uses 2 9-inch round cake pans, of which I have 2 round cake pans, but they're 8 inches. And I said, close enough. It means I'm gonna get a taller cake rather than a thinner one, and that's fine. The 1 inch should not matter that much. It may cause me to have to fiddle with the bake time a little bit, but overall it should be fine, which is good, because I was not buying 2 9-inch round cake pans for this recipe. Like, hell no, but no. 8-inch will be fine. And I know it's 8-inch because I have 8-inch cake rounds and I put them up to the bottom. So my cake pans actually don't have a little denomination on inches or centimeters. So I was like, I'm pretty sure these are 8-inch, but I'm not 100%. So I went and found my cake round, and sure shit, yeah, it's 8-inch. Hi, Poji. I'm doing good. How about yourself? We got some hugs. It could be good as a bunt, maybe. I don't know how well it would do in a bunt pan, but probably fine. Probably fine. It is cake time, yeah. Oh my lord, Seamus. You're committing crimes in here. Leftovers by the time your birthday rolls around. You'll totally help me eat this. Let's see. Your birthday is in 6 days. Good luck. I don't know that there's gonna be cake left in 6 days. Cannot guarantee. You're chilling? Hell yes. Hell yes. So we've got our handy dandy stand mixer. We've got a lot of steps, and in this case, I have to follow them properly, which is weird. Because there's one thing in here that if you are a long-time viewer of the baking, you'll recognize immediately that I never do. And that is combining the dry ingredients in their own bowl and setting them aside. But in this instance, we actually are going to end up with 3 mixtures. So it's imperative to actually follow these instructions. This is one of the few times where I've looked at it, thankfully read ahead, and I was like, no, yup, because of the way it has to fold in, alternating the dry and a sour cream mixture into our wet ingredients, I actually have to prep the dry in its own bowl. Which is weird. It's very weird, but we'll do it. You has hopes. You know, it's good to have hope. It's good to have hope, Gwen. And if there's cake left after 6 days, I'm not sure. It would still be edible. It would. It would. I keep it covered with saran wrap and little toothpicks to keep it from the saran wrap from sticking to the cake, since I don't have a proper, like, good sealing cake container, I guess is the best way to put it, or a cake stand with a lid. Speaking of, I am gonna have to get my cake stand out. Although I wonder if the orange one is 8 inches. Hold, please. Hold, please. Ugh. It's hell getting old. It's hard to get down. No, I don't need to move that. move. And I need to tug on that. I told you guys I had an orange one, and I finally remembered where it is. That ain't gonna work. That would be too close for for comfort. So the answer is no. My orange one is not big enough. I will get my white one. Put that away. Because yeah, that would be too easy to not center the cake on it, and then suddenly part of it breaks off, and then I would be devastated, and it would suck, and nobody would have a good time. Them leggings, thank you. That's your favorite cake. Oh my goodness. Boo on multiple bowls, right? Right, Gwen? You know how I feel. Don't you mean buns, Seamus? Ooh, woo. Hot cross buns. Oh my god. But yeah, these leggings are fun. These leggings are fun. Okay. So, step number 1 always says, sorry, I'm stepping off frame to read the book. It always says to preheat your oven. Hi, Catherine. Welcome in. You're doing the lurk. Will you do things? Yeah, absolutely. Get the things done. Get the things done. Seamus, thank you for a giant emote of a duck butt, which is now a dut. Anyways, it always says to preheat your oven and grease your pans. I do that at the end. So first thing that I am going to do is cream together the butter and brown sugar until it's light and fluffy, and then you beat in the egg yolks. So, butter and brown sugar are going into ye old bowl. Into ye old bowl. Bloop. Butter, some nice dark brown sugar. Shake it down. Hi, Unwanted Truth. Welcome in. How are you? There's that. How much brown sugar do we need? 1 cup or 220 grams. I am a filthy American, so I'll be measuring in cups. We are making a cream spice cake today from B. Dylan Hollis's Baking Yesteryear. We'll have boiled frosting, and then I think it was Anne Reardon's Crazy Sweet Creations where I pulled the caramel recipe from. So we'll be getting into that. Put caramel on it, which will be delicious. I need a spoon. So our soundtrack today, all of my music comes from Epidemic Sounds because I have a paid license with them to be able to use the music on stream. It is lo-fi spooky music, basically. I love it. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. Scoop it out. Scoopity, scoopity. When it says packed, it really does mean to press it down into your measuring cup. No fluffy sugars. Get it stuck in there. The gelatin style desserts. So I really haven't made much as far as gelatin style. I have done a layered jello before, which that's one of the more time-consuming recipes that I've done, but not 100% on stream because time-consuming. And I have used gelatin to make a pie. It's a cranberry pomegranate pie that is in Claire Saffit's book, Dessert Person. But I've never actually really played around with gelatin desserts. I find most of them from the 50s, to be disturbing, which is why I bought this at an antique store. Because sometimes it's fun to get into the disturbing, but you gotta be in the mood for it. Have you done much with gelatin? You have a very cheaty coffee-based recipe that people love? That's amazing. Frank, thank you for the resubscription. 14 freaking months, friend. Suck at these nuts. How are you, Frank? How is it going? I hope you're doing well, especially since Allie is apparently now a fall hazard. There, 1 cup. I'm doing good. Allie's a fall hazard. I'm a fall hazard. We're 2 broken individuals. You know, it's all good. Guys, Frank's also a teammate. He streams sporadically. And I would put him very much in the variety category. All right. Thunk. In it goes. I need my whisk attachment. There it is. So we can beat this. Beat it real good. Oh, you've been playing Hades too. That's right. How are you liking it? Basically melt 300 grams of marshmallows into half a cup of strong brewed coffee. Let they cool and fold in the tub of... It'll feed 6... Oh, that's a very interesting dessert. I personally would not be able to eat it because I can't have the caffeine, but it sounds very interesting. They said they sent me to jail if I stole another kitchen utensil, but that... Oh my god, Knivex! Knivex coming in here with the dad jokes. Always and forever. I'm gonna need my spatula. I'm gonna need to wash this spatula when we go to do the caramel. Butter, I need you to get out of the whisk. Okay, like the entire reason for you to be soft was so you didn't do that. Like, get into the sugar and mix. Okay? That's what I need you to do. I need you to behave and get mixed. Thanks. Thanks, you're a pal. You're a pal, Butter. That's better. You did it with amaretto. Ooh. That could be yummy. Amaretto could be very yummy. Butter is just a cage dancer. It really is, Gwen. It really is. 100%. Gwen, how did your HR people take your notice? Hopefully well. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Not a word? Damn. I knew they were like la-di-da head in the clouds, but that's really head in the clouds. Cool, thanks for letting us know. Okay. All right then. All right then. Okay, that is pale and fluffy. You can see it's very much creamed together, very much lightened in color. We're gonna whack it off, make some noise, which in theory is loud enough that the settings for the mic in OBS are cutting out so that you're not getting your eardrums destroyed. Apologies if the settings are not working as intended. Scrape down the sides of the bowl real quick. Very good. Scrape the spatula onto the whisk. That is a little bit of a baking hack for you. If you scrape your spatula onto your whisk instead of the edge of your bowl, if it's possible, then you just put it right down in. You don't have to then do the scrape and the smack and the whole extra 9 yards. Okay, I need some monkey dishes. 3 of them to be exact. So many dishes. Because we are going to save 2 egg whites. And I'm going to discard 3, which means I need to separate them, and I'm going to put the egg yolk into a different one. Sounds delicious. It was. I added extra almond essence, a little cherry juice, and some apricot. Ended up being a slightly alcoholic Bakewell-inspired dessert. Did it for a friend's wedding. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, but what am I going to put the meringue on is the question, Gwen. I mean, I guess... Do I have... I know I have. Which book is the meringue cookies in? Is it in the cookie book? Or the meringue? Eat it? Just eat the meringue? 5 eggs. Got any Ben & Jerry's? Nope, sure don't. I think all the cookies are listed in the front of this book instead of the back question mark. My God, Gwen, you're absolutely insane and I love you. Nope, they're stored in the back. Okay. We're looking for the M's for meringue. Meringue bars, bites, coconut chocolate cookies. Meringue cookies are page 121. Who knows, maybe we'll surprise make meringue cookies at the same time while the cake cools. Meringue cookies. Take 3 egg whites. Well, we'll definitely have that. Cup of sugar, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, teaspoon vanilla. Fuck the walnuts, fuck the dates. I don't want nuts in my stuff. Blend egg white, sugar, salt, and vanilla on top of a boiler. Place over boiling water. Beat with rotary beater until mixture stands... Lord, that will be so obnoxious. But also, it's literally just make meringue, add vanilla and salt, and then bake it. That's boring. Could I do that? Absolutely. That's boring. What else could I do with meringue? Put this book away. I have a million cookbooks. Goblin Happy. Fish food, baked Alaska. A baked Alaska would be intense. Can't fuck a date. You can't get a date. Oh no! Oh no! Let's see if... I have heard of more... Well, I've got the Christmas cookie book. I've never looked through it. Let's see what we've got in the back of this. Nothing like pausing to check for recipes. Do you not have an index, my friend? Blank, blank. There's like 3 pages of blank in the back of this. Okay, how about the front? I like that there's one that's called Cookies That Won't Keep. Packing cookies? Oh my gosh, a pavlova would be amazing, but I don't have the fruit. All right, let's see. There's 3 recipes for Lebkuchen. I don't even want to know how to... It is a weird word. I'm just going to show it to you guys because... Don't mind all of the excess coming out. Again, I inherited this. I'm going to back up until it focuses. There it is. That word. P-F-E-F-F-E-R-N-U with, I think it's an umlaut over the top. S-S-E. However you pronounce that. Let me pick these things up that fell out. Inherited cookbooks are so fun for all the extra things in them. Chocolate and caramel pavlova. Ooh, that could be good. But again, I don't know that I will be making the caramel. I don't know if I have everything I would need for the chocolate. Butter, butterscotch, ginger, honey. Ooh, honey cutouts. Interesting. Macarons would be fun, but holy shit, I'm not ready. Looking. Yeah, okay, no meringue cookies in there. You know what? We'll keep looking for meringue cookies after I get this going. Who needs vowels, right? Right? For the text sneeze? Yeah, it happens. Okay. Come on, Shell. Oh, this is gonna... There we go. I'm gonna say this is gonna crack stupid. So we gotta separate them whites. We're gonna need 2 of them. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Come on. Come on, you snot ball of a albumin. Get out of there. There we go. And I do see eggshell, which is best gotten with the egg shell, because it'll just pick it up. It'll take some of the white with it, but it will just pick it up. There we go. No more eggshell. That's usually when I get eggshell and things, is when I'm separating my egg whites. That's when it happens for me. Okay, next. Now the nice thing is, because we are not specifically making, well, at least for what goes in there, we're not making meringue. I don't have to worry as much, but I will say for the boiled frosting, we are essentially making a meringue. So I will be very careful to not get egg yolk in the 3 whites I need to set aside. Or the 2 whites? 2 whites, I think it is actually. Just barely cracked that when I dumped it. Okay, let me double check. I need to set aside 2 whites. Oh, look, 2 whites. And there's definitely no egg yolk in them. They can come back here and I will put a lid on it. I even managed to keep the little shell piece on the edge. Perfect. Okay, so this will be 3. The other thing I can do with the egg whites, honestly, is I can save them. And Seamus or I could have an egg white omelet. Like, that is also an option. Oh, come on. Why do you have to crack dumb? Oh, come on. You're gonna make me have to use my hands to separate you at this point. Nope, there we go. Okay. They just don't want to behave today. They're naughty. Yep. Come on, spin that egg white off. Spin that egg white off. Okay, never mind, I'll put you in here. There we go. That's 3. That's 3. I've never thought to make meringue bread. I have not tried that trick, Gwen. I have not. So I remember seeing meringue bread, I think during the pandemic. And I know that there were some recipes that just said to do, like, it was very simple, but when more seasoned chefs basically tried it, they were like, actually, this recipe doesn't work. Because that was also the rise of things like Tasty and 5-minute crafts and stuff that were basically jump cut slop. Come on, get off of there. If I had a bottle to try that trick with, I would, but alas, I don't. I almost dropped the entire eggshell. Come on. You wanna. It's basically just bread with meringue as an ingredient. One of the better ones is lemon meringue. Ooh. Now you have Weird Al Yankovic, weenie in a bottle stuck in my head. Oh my gosh. Listen, the egg separator doesn't work that well. We do have one. But the creases on it are like too large and it breaks the yolk more often than not. So I've given up using it. Come on, you piece of crap. You want to. Like, look at the length of that thing that's just not breaking. There. That's the other way to do it. Just friggin' grab it. Now I need to rinse my hands. Now I gotta rinse them off because I don't want to be covered in egg guts. Not comfortable. There we go. Mo better. One more. Unruly albumin, right? Egg snot. Yeah, the water bottle trick is the best one so far. Works with an empty... Yeah. Yep. I just don't have one. We just, in general, we don't buy things in those bottles. So it's like if we do, it's because we were out and about, not because of anything else, and it gets used and recycled. We've never bothered to save them. Okay. Excellent. Wipe this off. I'll have to rinse my hands again in a moment. 5 egg yolks. In they go. Beautiful. Now it can mix. I'm going to immediately put this one in the sink because it's yucky and I don't need it to get all over the island and make a mess. That would be awkward. Oh, thankfully, drying my hands is getting easier to do because I injured this hand and like this motion is still sore and I have like very little grip strength, but there was a point where trying to, not even drying the other hand, it was pushing on this hand to dry. It was a problem. And we're mixed. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's not bad actually, and it's vegan. You're talking, oh, chickpeas. Yes, I am aware of the chickpea thing. I am aware of the chickpea thing. I would never personally use it though, unless I was specifically baking something for a friend that was vegan. And I'm not gonna lie, it would have to be a pretty good friend because I've done I've done vegan gluten-free baking before, like simultaneously, and it is quite the process. And I love baking, and I'll do a lot of different things for baking. But at the same time, like when I'm doing something that's a little more complicated, like a meringue confection, it's already complicated, and I don't necessarily want to complicate it further for no big reason. So when I have a friend, like a close friend that's vegan, absolutely, I do that for them. But otherwise, I tend to steer clear from it, personally. Just not my actual cup of tea. Okay, this is the 3. I'm gonna put the 3 in the fridge so that it's out of the way and not potentially mixed up with the 2. The only way to really keep them separated, as it were. You bet someone 50 quid. You could do it after finding out. You know what? 50 quid is 50 quid. That I understand very well. Okay, let me wipe this real fast. I've got a little bit of schmutz. There we go. Cheers for 50 quid then. Exactly. The next step. We're gonna combine the flour, cinnamon, cloves, allspice, mace, and salt. How much flour do I need? This might be in a measuring cup. 2 1/4 cup. Yep, this is in a measuring cup. I think my big one. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, you know what? To save some space and make it easier to clean, I'm gonna do it in my small one and I'll just add an extra 1/4 cup because this is a 2-cupper. Because it's easier to clean this and a small measuring cup than it is to necessarily deal with the really big measuring cup. That way, because I used chickpea juice to make a vegan meringue, then went and bought part of a cow's butt. Oh my goodness. Agreed, Kegs? Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna measure 2 cups into here. We're gonna finger our flour in because I'm a heathen without a scoop and I'm okay with that. Should be about 2. Yep, okay. And then we need a 1/4. The 1/4 cup works as a scoop. Oh, that's not quite a 1/4. That's much better. Here we go, we're getting flour all over the kitchen, just like I like. That's why apron is handy. It's handy. Oh, ouch. Handy dandy. I spread my fingers too far before I push down. Okay, then we need all of our spices into this. I am a heathen, Gwen. I knew that would be exactly what you said. You can get me a scoop. I know exactly what I'm getting for Christmas from Gwen now, you guys. All right, we're gonna need 2 teaspoons of cinnamon and then 1 of cloves, allspice, and nutmeg. So 2 and then a series of 1s. That's easy. That's easy enough. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm sure you don't. You know what happened in the past? Gwen is my IRL bestie, for those who don't know. I was talking to her about the struggle of, I think it was peeling potatoes. And that year for Christmas, I bet it got put in the wrong drawer. It did. That year for Christmas, this was my gift. It is one of those peelers that you put on your hand and then you can just do this. Yep, that's what she ended up getting me, which I thought was hilarious. And I love this thing. Okay, I use the shit out of this thing. This thing is great. But I thought that was hilarious. Welcome back from ads, friends. Welcome to the Heretic Baking Hour, where we finger your flour and talk about chickpea meringue to turn people funny. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. All right, 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon. Gwen's favorite. We are not making it 3, Gwen. I'm sorry. It's not happening. It's gonna be spicy enough with everything else in it. Boo. Gwen. It's really funny. I say this because there was a day that I went over to Gwen's and we were gonna make, I think it was apple pie or an apple crisp, or she had made it, I think she had made it ahead of time. And it was good. But I literally looked her in the eyes and I was like, there is so much cinnamon in this. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I only have the sugar. And I was like, there's so much cinnamon. She likes less sweet, more spice, and I like more balance. And she forgot that the sugar is in there to balance the spice. It was very funny. I still ate it. It was still delicious, but I was like, girl. Holy crap. So much cinnamon. All right, a teaspoon of allspice. Yeah. I have not tried haggis. I forget. Isn't haggis the sheep intestines? Because if it's the sheep intestines, it's never happening. Nutmeg. Max Miller did a good episode. I don't think I watched that episode. I do love Max Miller. And cloves. This is a brand new one. It's a little full. Yeah, that's a teaspoon. My house is gonna smell so good. I love the smell of all these spices. It's gonna smell so good. Love Max Miller, right? Yeah, no. I don't think I would ever eat that. Truth be told, I'm not vegan, I'm not vegetarian. I eat chicken and turkey, and I like tacos with ground beef and meatballs. Proper meatballs are delicious, but I don't like the flavor of most meat. So I am the heathen that doesn't like pork chops. I don't like ham. I'm not a fan of steak. Everybody tells me if I just have their steak, they'll cook it right and I'll like it. And I've yet to be proven wrong on my dislike for the taste of steak. So good luck. Also, I'm just using a whisk to kind of basically sift the ingredients together so that it's not a clump of spice going in at the beginning. I think I need to put the salt in here too. Do I not? Yep, I do. And that is 3/4 teaspoon. Do you? Yeah, it literally says 3/4 teaspoon. I'm pretty sure you have a 1/2 and a 1/4 and not a 3/4. I am correct. So the half, you know what? We're just gonna do a 1/2 teaspoon because salted butter. And it'll be fine. It doesn't specifically call for unsalted butter, but it will be okay. It's basically a big sausage. Yeah, nah. No. It probably wouldn't be for me. Oh, this is... Okay, that I can do. I can't get my hand around the salt like this. Occupational therapy is going to help me. So let me awkwardly... There we go. Get a 1/2 teaspoon. Yeah, fuck it. A little extra, it's not going to make up a whole 1/4 teaspoon. And then we'll once again just lightly use our whisk to sift it through. Yeah, both Seamus and Gwen can tell you I'm really particular about flavor and texture. And sausage is just not my ball game. I don't like the texture, and I usually don't like the flavor. I am wearing bat pants. Hi, Batwoman. Welcome in. How are you? A 5-stream streak. We got another streaker in chat. Let's go. Bangers and mash is one of your favorite meals. When does what start? What did I say? I forget what I said. Yeah, I don't know King Ralph, but you can make the reference. I don't know. Toad in the hole. What did I do to my poor hand? So August 31st, I was witness to a rollover accident with Seamus, and I went over to see if the people in the accident needed help, and I leapt a ditch, and the grass looked like it was matted to the ground, but in reality it was this deep. Sucked the shoes right off of my feet and sent me careening forward, and I caught myself on my hands, and I really fucked this one up. And when you look at the x-ray, there's carpal bones, like little flat carpal bones in here, and they should all have space around them, and one of mine has no space because it's jammed into the other ones. And it may be like that for life. I've basically self-induced arthritis, and until either the bone is tugged back into place by my muscles on their own, which is unlikely, or my muscles rebuild the strength to support the bone in its new position, I'm in pain. So we're working on that. Oh, when the occupational therapy starts. So I had my first meeting for the initial consult where they molded a splint specifically for my hand that I get to sleep in, and it's oddly not problematic. I was worried that I was going to be annoyed with it. They did that, and we went over the assessment of how much pressure I can manage and everything, and it's not good. So with this hand, with my right hand, my dominant hand, thank God, I can do, in a grip test, I have 65 pounds of pressure. With my non-dominant hand, it's painful just to try to squeeze because there's a thing pressing in the area that is injured. I get 10 with just basic pain. And if I bring it up to a 5 out of 10, I can get to 15 pounds of pressure. So we have work to do. We have work to do. So we set that aside. Now we're going to, in a third bowl, mix together the sour cream and baking soda. I can use one of our cereal bowls for this. Because here's the thing. Oop. Small bowls mean easier cleaning. Need another no. Mini spatula. Toad in the hole is a meal where sausages are covered with Yorkshire pudding batter and baked. It's called toad in the hole because the sausages peek over. Interesting. Yeah, Poji, I made an oops, but no regrets, because had those, like, everybody in the accident was fine. Basically just seatbelt injuries and whiplash most likely. Shock was very prevalent because when you're in a rollover, like, I expect you to go into shock just in general from the trauma of the accident itself. But if I hadn't gone over and then found out on the news that they had been, like, severely injured or something, I would have felt horrible. Do I wish that I had maybe not leapt the ditch? Sure. Hindsight is 2020. The first cop on scene also took a nice digger for the same exact reason. So at least I wasn't alone. It's amazing, but you get an angry phone call from your cardiologist if you even think about eating it. Fair. Okay, so into this bowl for sour cream, we need 1 cup or 250 grams. You know what's beautiful about this? It doesn't matter that there's sugar in it, because that same sugar is already in our recipe. So we're just reusing it. I'm not worried. If I could push that back a little bit, though, so that maybe I don't get sour cream on the outside of the bowl, that would be nice. Let me switch their location so that you can better see. My right-handedness is getting the better of your guys' view. Yeah, it was the right call to woohoo, to just use the spatula. Now we'll skim the top. This is going to help keep it moist. There we go. There we go. Very good. Very, very good. Lasagna. Ooh, won't my landlady is done feeding the dog? Make a lasagna because you're not cooking it. You know what? Lasagna is a great way to not cook. Just keep eating the leftovers. Absolutely. Into this, we need half a teaspoon of baking soda. So we're going to turn this into the bowl. Baking soda will react with the sour cream, which is why we're going to read ahead real fast before I put it in. And I'm going to have to focus on what I'm doing for a minute and not look over at chat, because it'll tell you right in the recipe that you got to work fast. For good reason. And I mean, to be fair, the ladies, and I say ladies because typically, since this recipe is from the era of 1900 to 1910, men really weren't the primary cooks in the kitchen, unless it was a chef, and this is more of like a home-baked cake. Women really were not streaming or, you know, chatting necessarily, unless they were teaching their, you know, their daughters to make this, so it wasn't as big of a deal. But that being said, don't underestimate the power of sour cream. Yeah, it's a cream cake. Exactly. Exactly. Have you never put sour cream in a baked good? This is very common in America. All right, so in a third bowl, we mix together the sour cream and baking soda. We are about to do that. Working quickly, fold both the flour and sour cream mixtures into the creamed mixture, alternating the additions. Fold until barely combined. So basically what we are going to do is we're going to put the baking soda in here. And then we're going to put a little of the dry mixture, fold. A little bit of the sour cream mixture, fold. Dry, fold, sour cream, fold. And we're going to go back and forth until it's all combined, roughly. And I'm going to need this guy for that. Hi, Fox fan, how are you? You love cooking? Well, welcome in. Sour cream donuts are so good. I've yet to try making donuts. A water pie? I've never tried a water pie before. It is kind of like a neutral flavored yogurt, a very sour yogurt. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. All right, so baking soda. Double checking. Baking soda, half a teaspoon, correct. Yup. This should be my, if I can grab it, my half teaspooner. Sure is. Give it a mix. Helps that my sour cream is at room temperature. It's looser, which means I'm going to have a looser cake batter, which is nice. Okay, step one. A little bit of that. And then so it doesn't fly back in my face, we do it roughly like this. Then I can put this up here. Yeah, it's foaming. Give like 3 scoops of this. I know you guys can't really see the foaming action because I can barely see the foaming action, but I can hear it. Quick mix. Alternate. Work it by hand so that it doesn't fly back in my face, because the dough load will not slow this down enough. I will end up with a very awkward spicy flour facial. And flour in your face is one thing, cinnamon in your lungs is a whole different matter. I mean, you don't really want to put flour in your lungs either, but you really don't want to put cinnamon and spices in your lungs. Dangerous. That's what made the cinnamon challenge that went around again for a little while so dangerous. Cinnamon can burn you. It is a very spicy spice. I'm also eyeballing this. There's no specific amount that I'm trying to get in one time or anything like that. I'm just roughly eyeballing it. Okay. Last edition of this. Trust nothing. Even if it looks trustworthy, trust nothing. I tried that once and regretted it. Doing just enough to basically get it laden into the, like, stuck to the mixture so that it doesn't puff back at me. Okay. And then the last of the sour cream. In a way that I can actually hold the bowl because I can't use my thumb to do it. You don't realize how much you use your thumbs for until you can't use your thumbs, you guys. Like, RIP anybody who's had a thumb amputation or who was born missing them. I guess being born missing them, you would just automatically learn to adapt. But the people who end up with an amputation, like, my condolences. Good luck. And then mix. Okay. Till just combined. Beautiful. Beautiful. Crazy guy, hello! Cinnamon and tree bark, it's gonna be a dumbass thing. It is a dumbass thing to get in your lungs, but people are stupid. People are stupid. You're learning so much today. This is a good place to learn. It is a Great Depression era. I saw Emmy Maid do it. I do like cookies. So a giant cookie cake wouldn't be bad. Remember 10 years ago when that whole cinnamon challenge was going around? Well, guess what, crazy guy? It's come back. Hearing about a kid aspirated on a spoon of cinnamon. Yeah. Yep. Yep. 65, you're streaking, crazy guy. Let's go. Anyone missing thumbs, but you did go to high school with a kid that had a oh, he had 6 fingers on each hand. That's interesting. Hi, Lunar Cat. Welcome in. You might be stupid, but you're not an idiot, you swear. You know what? We're not judging. My poor dry lips. The air is dry, my lips are dry. It's a problem. Okay, put this in the sink. Some water. Yeah, when I was in, God, I want to say middle school is when I first heard about a form of the cinnamon challenge. So we weren't trying to inhale spoonfuls of cinnamon in my grade, but the cinnamon challenge for us was with Big Red gum wrappers, which I don't even know if Big Red exists anymore. I have no idea with gum, but kids, like, they desperately wanted to be seen as like sexually active, and they thought hickeys were so cool. So to mimic a hickey, they would buy Big Red gum, pop a piece in their mouth, lick the wrapper, and stick it to their skin, giving themselves a skin irritant in the form of cinnamon oil that was in the gum directly on their skin. Good times. Good times. I watched many a kid do that. You judge yourself all the time. It's okay. Listen, I think we're all our own worst critics. You're definitely an idiot. If you say so. Just remember him being on the volleyball team, and that man could spike a ball. You loved Big Red. Yeah. Yep. Good old Big Red gum. Good old Big Red gum. Those were the days. Moving stuff out of the way because I think this is where we need to turn things out. Okay, turn into the prepared pans and bake for 35 to 40 minutes or until a toothpick inserted into the center can be removed cleanly. So this is where we need to prepare our pans and get our oven preheating. So we're going to preheat our oven to 325 Fahrenheit, which is 165 Celsius. Let me turn that on real quick. Bake. 325 start, oven light on, so I know that I've turned it on. Excellent, nothing's in there. Old habits die hard. Oh, I should grab my friend. Well, you know what? I don't think I've ever actually shown you guys how to do the buttering and flouring without using Pam. So we'll actually do the for real buttering and flouring of a pan. I also missed one of the recipes that fell out of that book. Boop. Get back in there. Get back in there. Okay. So buttering and flouring a pan to prepare it for baking. Since it's flat, it's easy enough to do this. If it were not flat, I would just use the Pam oil with flour in it. Use Pam, you never met her? Yeah. And can't control your voice. I hate people and choose to do a I'm that much of an idiot. I've nearly been... Well, you know what though? A job is a job, honestly. Also mentioned that nutmeg will give you a bad trip, not the fun one, but kids wanted to... You know what? Kids want to do a lot of crazy things, crazy guy. Let me scroll back. In high school, our trend was to eat a lot of nutmeg, and it gives off LSD effects. Interesting. I did not know that. You got long butter. Where I live, you get the short butter sticks. I could get short butter sticks if I wanted to, but I have long butter. So I'm literally just gonna open it and pull the wrapper back because now I've got like a handle. And I need to just rub it into my pans. And it's the combo of the flour and the butter that really makes this work instead of just greasing it. Because if you just grease it, you might just caramelize the bottom of your baked good instead of providing a good release. Whereas with the flour addition, it creates a barrier that helps it to release. Let's see if I can do this more with my left hand so that you guys can see. I'm just rolling it. And you can see it's getting like a nice oily film, hopefully, provided the exposure is adapting nicely. I'm streaming from a tablet as a camera, so there's only so much I can do. Okay, So that grease is 1. And then flour. And I will get a different spoon out for this because you don't need a lot. You really don't. Love nutmeg, gives good flavor. Eggnog, pumpkin pie, squash soup, but too much make you high. I remember I wasn't high and go harder with it and would literally cause you to have a trip and not worth it. But I do remember kids have to go to the ER because they decided to crush up a bunch of nutmeg and eat spoonful thinking it would give them a good high and it didn't cause. Yeah, you shouldn't mess with things like that. So 1 spoonful, just a nice ploop of flour. Like literally, that's it. That's all the flour. And then you just smack it. It will stick to the butter. And now before I do the ring, before I do the edges, I'm gonna let this sit. I'm gonna flour or butter this one because I'm gonna knock it, as I'm rolling it around the edge, I'm gonna knock it into this one. And when I do this one, I'll knock it back into this. It keeps the flour from going everywhere. And then when I've got it all in, I tip the last of whatever's left into the garbage because obviously nobody wants buttery flour back in the rest of their flour. That's just silly. So this is how you manually butter and flour your baking accoutrements. Like I said, it works best with flat things. So it's very easy to do this for these round cake tins. It's easy to do it in like a 9x13 rectangular pan. I can do it in the 9x5x3 loaf pans and stuff. A bundt pan? Yeah, no. Can I take and do a loaf pan where I, words are failing me, where I use like a spray oil, or you tip a couple tablespoons of vegetable oil into it, and then you go from there? Absolutely I can. I have done it. I have absolutely greased and floured bundt pans that way. But now that you have the Pam cooking spray with flour in it, it's just so much easier to use that, honestly. So why wouldn't you? Oh good, the oven's up to temp. That's also partly why I don't bother preheating until now. I know my oven will come up to temp pretty quickly, so I don't have to worry about it. And we're greased. Beautiful. This I will recognize as being the use it for cooking, not for anything else now butter, because it's all screwbally. I'm just going to fold the wrapper basically back in on itself a little bit and go put it back in the fridge, because I don't need it sitting out to melt on the stove. But yeah, we'll use that for like greasing pans to make eggs and stuff as well. So now, tip what's left. Oop, I meant to roll it around the side, but I still have enough and I can tip it back. And I'm working it along the edge, trying to cover as much of the pan as I can, again, so that things don't stick. And this is, I have to actually be able to look at this, so it's hard to show it tipping. It takes 2 hands, but I'm literally just running it along the edge. There. That's one. I may need a little bit more flour than this, but for the most part, it's doing good. Come on. All the way to the edge. There we go. Yeah, that's all. I need a little bit more. A little bit more. A ploop of flour, that's right. I saw him start, and then I was actually watching Fool, at the Phasmo booth for my drop. And just because I really enjoyed Fool. And I saw Chiba come over. I clipped it too. Chiba come over and say hello, and then Fool died to I think it was a Myling, because Chiba distracted him, which was hilarious. There we go. And then excess flour into the trash. Buttered and floured. That's how you do it. He decided to go on every side. Yeah, of course. Of course he went on every side quest of TwitchCon. That's what he would do. That is Chiba in a nutshell for sure. All right, let's whack this off here. This has to go into ye old bowl. And we'll give it a good scrapety scrape to get as much off of it as we can. Yeah, I hadn't even realized Chiba was going to TwitchCon this year. I don't really catch much of his stuff on Twitter or Blue Sky, and I don't know if that's just because my feeds aren't showing it. They should be, or if he's just not posting there as frequently, but I don't pay attention to his Discord. And his streams lost some of their enjoyment for me with how overstimulating they can be right now. So I just haven't been in there. And I know there's also a few individuals there now who, well, I'm not going to disparage them. We'll just say they're not my cup of tea, and if I don't have to interact with them, I'm not going to. So, I'm not really in Chiba's streams at this point. Which is sad, because for a little while, like, you would catch me there constantly. I really enjoyed hanging out, but it was already starting to get to be too much with the Taco Bell redeem. That would happen literally every stream, like right in the beginning, because Chiba would go to take a poop and somebody would play it because they knew he could still hear it. And it's so fucking loud. So, yeah, Chiba is a great guy, and I know he doesn't mean for his streams to be that way, but for me personally, they're just not the place right now. Just not the place, and that's okay. Especially because Twitch only counts for 2 tabs. In a way, like, I will always support Chiba. I will be there for his celebration streams and whatnot, but it does help me make decisions on which tabs to pull up. Because I want to watch everybody. At the end of his time showing the bear again was perfect. Oh my gosh, I bet. Have you ever tried substituting powdered sugars for flour to dust your pans when baking sweet? It was a tip from... I have not, Hazels. I have not. This one it's sweet savory, so I think the flour is probably the better option, but it's also from somewhere between 1900 and 1910, so it could also just be that they weren't going to waste the precious commodity that was sugar on dusting their pan. Vibe shifted around the time he started doing his final partner push. Yeah. Depends on what it would definitely depend on what you're cooking. So I am going to do scoop, and then I'll do a scoop in the other. Let me stand back here so that maybe you can see it a little better. Being very careful where I balance this because of my hands. So basically I'm not balancing it in my thumb joint. I'm not letting it pull on my thumb joint. Get in there. I need a little bit more in this side, because a lot of it's stuck to my spatula. Might be too much chatting, not enough working. It's maybe not supposed to be this thick to start. I'm not sure. That's okay. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Ideally, you get approximately, and I mean, I could have done this by weight, but YOLO. You get approximately the same amount in each pan so that you get approximately the same size cake in each pan. I'm not going to stress it if one cake is marginally taller than the other. It's not that big of a deal. It will still taste delicious, and that's the important part. Also, welcome in, Hazels. If I remember right, you are related to our lovely Phoenix. And if I super remember right, you're the mama. My memory does not always work very well, but I'm pretty sure I have that right. There. Can I get a little bit more in? Again. In. Beautiful. Okay. Remove my hand. Did try it when I made a German apple cake, and it did work as well as the flour. Oh, and since I know you're related to Phoenix, that's probably the same apple cake that she sent me. They sent me, and it's delicious. It's so good. Okay, I'm just going to tease this out to the edges, basically, because right now it's in a wad. Yeah, I believe Phoenix sent me that recipe when I was talking about the fact that I had gone apple picking last year, and then I had like no actual apple recipes aside from a pie, and I just wasn't feeling like pie, and they were like, oh, I have this recipe, would you like it? And I was like, yes, please. And it was so good. Did it with, I think they also sent me a cream cheese frosting recipe to go with it. That was also delicious and became my new go-to for cream cheese frosting because it was so damn good. Okay, the flour's maybe working a little too well because this is not sticking to the bottom at all, and it's being a little bit of a turd about getting out to the edges, but we're working on it. The nice thing is I don't have to perfectly make it to the edges, I just have to mostly make it to the edges because it will spread as it bakes a little and fill its container. Tease it. Tease it. Tease it. Tease it real good. Oh, there we go. That's much better. So that's what it looks like when it's teased out to the edges. Yes, it's a way old recipe. It was given to your mom by a neighbor in 1972. I love that. Apple pancakes, that sounds good. That's what it started out as. We gotta do this again. Yeah, I love that recipe. I actually, I need to look and see. Not gonna lie, I need to look and see if apple picking is still going on here because I would love to go apple picking again, get some more apples, and then maybe make that early November on stream because it is such a good recipe. And if I can't go apple picking, I guess I'll just buy them at the grocery store because it's apple season. I know a lot of people are big pumpkin spice lovers, but you guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm an apple cider girl. And I debated on doing apple cider donuts for today instead of spice cake. And ultimately what I decided was I'm not ready. Donuts are a very big undertaking with frying and stuff. And I was like, I don't know that I want to fry anything. And I don't know that I want donuts. Do I want donuts? Yes, I do want donuts. But like, did I want donuts right then and there? I wasn't sure. And the only recipe I was seeing for apple cider donuts that wasn't a yeasted recipe was Claire Saffit's. And she was talking about some techniques that I need to try on my own before I actually say, yes, I'm going to do this on stream because there's a lot of room for me to be scratching my head and going, wait, what? Wait, what? Let me reference that video again. Wait, what? So I need to try that one on my own before I say, yes, I can stream this donut making process, which will be delicious, by the way. Oh, almost teased out. Almost. There we go. Very good. Much better. Some apple cider, especially when you mix it with honey and yeast. Yeah, cider. A good apple cider mead is real good. Thinking about the chef's tips about flouring pans, they also talked about souffles, powdered sugar for sweet, and parmesan for savory. Oh, interesting. Okay, these are gonna bake for 35 to 40 minutes. I think I do need to also tilt this a little bit more this way because I keep making it look like I'm cutting myself off, like cutting my head off. And it's not a good look. Timer. We'll set it to the 35 mark. I think we're gonna need the closer to the 40 because these are 8-inch instead of 9-inch pans. But I'm gonna set it for the 35, check it, and continue from there. So both of these need to go into the oven. I'll be right back. Pixie, hi, I love you. I love you. Caps are fine. Just means you're excited. One, two. I love that my oven is big enough for both of them to sit in there side by side. Start the timer. And now I can lick the spatula because I have to wash it anyways. This is everything I ever wanted in a spice cake. About to do some makeup, but you'll be lurking. Pixie, absolutely. Your makeup looks are so amazing. Enjoy listening in while you slather your face in all the fun stuff. From the dough alone, I highly recommend, or the batter, I guess. I recommend this recipe. This is very good. Set this over here. Like I said, it's gonna have to be washed, but I want to put ingredients and stuff away. Sour cream first because it needs to go back in the fridge. The fridge takes priority. And then these can go in here. Helps get them up and out of the way for cleaning purposes. Set this over here. That goes over there. These are all gonna get put away. Yeah, no worries, crazy guy. Do what you gotta do. I look super cute. No, you look super cute, even though I can't see your face. Best part of baking is the tasting. I highly agree. I'm gonna need to keep out my granulated sugar. I need to grab my corn syrup. I'm gonna need 2 large eggs. Oh no, the whites, I have those. So literally, this is all I need to keep out that's on this island for the moment. All right, so. On your tiptoes, 'cause you're short. There we go. And I'm just gonna put the baking spices in here at this point. They don't have to go back over the stove. There's that. Salt and cinnamon. Go over here. The salt, which goes in this giant pile of everything fell, which means we used something and things got disturbed. I'll have to deal with that another day. Not today. This needs a clippy. So that it can be put away. And the flour goes in the same location, so we'll take this with me. Beautiful. Okay. While I'm over here, I might as well grab the golden syrup. My beloved. My beloved. Suspenders sent this to me, and it is just, it's glorious. You've never heard of it? Oh, yeah. So mead is honey wine, and when you change it from just being honey and water and yeast in a container to ferment, basically, you change what it's called. So if you just add spices, so like if you make it minty, or we did one with mulling spices, so that's like cinnamon and cloves and anise, stuff like that, it becomes a methylglyn. If you add fruit, it becomes a melomel. But when you do it kind of, it's like half hard cider, half mead, but you put the cider into it, it becomes a sizer. And they're so good. They're so good. Okay, so that's got to take time to bake. I've got 30 minutes on the clock. I'm going to need these items back, which means I need to pull up the stuff for ye old words on stream, because y'all are gonna get to play words while I wash dishes. Send you some you want to try. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I wish I could send it to you. Let's see. This one. This is what I need. Close that. wordsonstream.gg/system. Excellent. Open this. Make sure the settings are correct. We'll turn on autopilot, but I will say mods and VIPs can use the commands that are shown on the buttons. So I did remember to set that up. I am going to pop you guys over to the Words on Stream screen now, because it is cleaning time. And I'm going to get that started for you. Good luck. Have fun. I will sort of be able to hear what you're doing, maybe over the water. I will talk to you as I think of things to say, but enjoy the words. I'm gonna wash dishes. Good old dishes. And put these ones away first so that they're just out of the way. Because that's smart. Oh, that water's a little hot. There we go. Dishes are literally like my least favorite chore. I miss the dishwasher that was at my parents' house. Not that it would matter in a situation like this. I'd still have to do at least some hand washing. Because the dishwasher's not going to run fast enough to have everything back for the next round of needing it. But the stuff that I didn't need could just be rinsed and go in there. Someday. Someday I'll have a dishwasher. It'll be glorious. It's the dream. That's a dream. And I have a much greater appreciation for that dishwasher now that I've lived in a house that have had to manually wash dishes frequently. Because that was one of the things when my mom and my dad bought their first house. That was on my mom's list of will have, was a dishwasher. She wanted a dishwasher, and my dad had gotten her a KitchenAid for their wedding. Those were her luxuries. So I grew up with a dishwasher, and I thought it was the worst having to empty the dishwasher because kid brain. Now I miss the dishwasher. I was naive. If only I knew what future Sam would know. Oh well. Tis what it is. Tis what it is. We'll say, having to do this as often as I do now, I am getting very proficient at washing dishes. I'm much faster these days. I would hope so. I've only been living in this apartment with Seamus for almost a damn decade. Holy crap. Time flies when you're having fun. Sort of. Sometimes it drags, though. When you're having fun, but your neighbors are also annoying you. I have not so wonderful neighbors. Or I should say, we have not so wonderful neighbors. They're not terrible, but they're not great. They're right in between. I can already smell those cakes. They smell so good. They smell so good. Or maybe it's just the hot water heating up the cake batter left over in the bowl. Either way, smells delicious. Yeah, get this spatula clean because it's heat proof and I'm gonna need it to make the caramel. Yeah. Looks like you're doing good on the words over there. Very nice, very nice. I'm almost done with dishes. There really wasn't a whole lot to do. They're just bulky. And oftentimes, Seamus actually does them for me, which is always generous and kind. Especially during Christmas cookies. He'll try to do them more often than not to save my poor hands. Because I have caused defatting of the skin from washing too many dishes before during Christmas cookie season, and that was not fun. 10 out of 10, do not recommend. 10 out of 10, if you are squeamish, do not recommend looking it up on Google. Those are not pretty images. Defatting of the skin is pretty horrifying. And I luckily was only in the beginning stages, but basically dish soap being a fat cutting agent, essentially, because it's meant to degrease, will eat the fat out of your skin if you are in it for too long or too often in a short period of time. And apparently washing the dishes like 6 times in a day is too short a period of time. Anyways, it basically, it doesn't hurt the skin on top necessarily, but it does eat the fat out from under it, and it just looks atrocious. So do not recommend that. Be mindful. Get help with dishes if you have to frequently wash them, or wear gloves. I personally am, because I'm short, I am incapable of successfully wearing gloves to wash dishes because I have to lean into the sink at just an awkward enough of an angle that it ends up in my gloves. So that defeats the purpose of wearing them. Just not quite tall enough to like lean properly down into the sink. I'm at level, if not a little bit up, and that is what gives the water the ability to get into my gloves. Okay, the dishes are technically done. I have got a couple of recycles that I just want to rinse out real fast while I'm here. And then it will be good. Then we'll be good. Okay, there's one. There's 2. Final hand rinse. Excellent. Game over. Oh no. Womp womp. You guys did well. Oh, it started a fresh one. Oh, the ads. Seamus, thank you for gifting that sub to Nivex. Okay, technically dishes are done, but we will continue to play because there is 17 minutes. That actually gives me a minute while we're playing to put my butt in a chair and do this with you guys so that I can get off my feet for a moment. Let my feet, my legs, and my back rest. Helps if I spell it right, doesn't it? Oh, apparently gowl is also a word. So my misspelling worked in my favor. That's funny. That's funny. Also means I can sneak some candy corn in my mouth. What the hell? Another hype train? You guys are insane. How in the fuck? How in the fuck did we start a hype train? I don't have permission as a streamer. Oh my lord, Firefox. So apparently the hype train decided to kick off because Seamus gifted a sub. Like, Twitch, are you drunk? Are you okay? Oh, Fuse was already gotten. Furs was already gotten. Oh my lord. Is Twitch ever okay? And what is defined as okay? I mean, fair. I'm scuffed on looking at who's already put in what words. Taking pity on us who aren't. Maybe an Ivex. F's. I like it. So it's RU. Oh, very nice. Very nice. 100% perfect level. One more round. One more round. Oh, there's a fake letter. I immediately want to put in hillbilly, but that is not the word. Looks like H or L is fake. Full speed! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of Everbreak Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams and a variety streamer here on Twitch. Currently baking, but we are doing some words on stream because I was cleaning. How was your stream? How was Dead by Daylight? If you guys aren't following Full Speed, aka Reborn Toxicity, you should be, because 10 out of 10, great person. And if I spell it right, you even get it popped up on the top. DBD was DBD, so slugging and toxic and yet also poking killers in the PP and having fun. Not the words on stream queen rating it and snagging the long word. That's what she does. That's what she does. And I just like have not been paying attention at all. They have about 30-ish minutes left. Excellent, Cags. It's amazing. I was left in the void for like half your bleed out bar. Oh, that's rough. Full speed. That's rough. That is rough. Nicely done. Nicely done, you guys. I'm going to pause it there. I'm going to pause it. Oh, I can't pause it. Or yes, I can. I just have to take it off of autopilot. There we go. There we go. So I'm gonna bring it back over to where you can see me because I feel like that is important. Since we did just get a raid and we can chat, chill, and have, you know, FaceTime. We can chat, chill, and have FaceTime, and then if we end up with more downtime, which we probably potentially will, where I'm cleaning or something, we can do more with words on stream then. Again, welcome in full speed, and thank you once more for the raid. If you gotta get off of your computer and do some post-stream self-care, like totally 10 out of 10, understand, do not feel obligated to continue to sit in front of ye old screen. But if you want to sit, chill, hang out, and enjoy the time with us, you are more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Also, hello, Collect. Welcome in. Welcome in. I think I saw at least one other person come in with that raid. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I am mistaken. I have to scroll up to see. I have to scroll up to see. Nope. Nope, that was it. Those were the people. Everybody else is a nice lurker, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to just lurk, you are welcome to just lurk. It's totally a-okay. We have just under 10 minutes on the clock for the cakes to come out, which is exciting. I'm going to go over the frosting recipe while we wait for that. So for the frosting, we already went over the ingredients, but we're gonna go over it again, and I'm gonna read through the instructions because I think that's probably important. So it's a boiled frosting. It's kind of like making meringue, but frosting style. But I don't think it's quite a Swiss butter meringue, Swiss cream butter meringue. Suspenders, hello! Oh my goodness! How are you, Suspenders? It's like ass o'clock in the morning for you. No, not quite. It's only 8 a.m. for you on Monday. It's Monday, that's the problem. Oh no, wait, this is your week off, isn't it, Suspenders? You're sunburnt? Why are we sunburnt, Suspenders? Why are we sunburnt? All right, so for the frosting, we need 1 3/4 cups or 350 grams of granulated sugar, 1/3 cup or 80 milliliters of light corn syrup, or, speaking of Suspenders, because she was so kind, golden syrup. This is your week off. Let's go. 1/2 cup or 120 milliliters of water, the whites of 2 large eggs, which we got from separating earlier. Fast grinding soon, possibly. And 1 cup or 115 grams of chopped walnuts, which are optional, which will not be going on my cake. So to make the frosting, in a heavy bottom saucepan, we're going to boil the sugar, corn syrup, and water until the softball stage is reached, which is 240 degrees Fahrenheit or 115 degrees Celsius. So literally put them in and wait. That's what you do. You wait with a thermometer. You put a candy thermometer in there. You have like one that you can hold and point to read. Any one of those. You don't stir it, nothing. You just wait. While the syrup is cooking, you beat the egg whites to stiff peaks in a heat-proof bowl with an electric hand mixer or a stand mixer fitted with a whisk attachment. That's this guy. That's this guy right here. With care, slowly pour the hot syrup down the side of the bowl with the egg whites while beating. Beat until the mixture cools and reaches a thick, spreadable consistency. So this is where it's like making meringue, because this is exactly how I make Italian meringue. And the way you know it's cooled enough is the bottom of the bowl you can touch, and it will be warm, but it will not burn you. Mr. Six had a birthday party and was laser tag, and your assumption it was indoors. It was not, so it was sitting. Oh no, 3.5 hours in the spring sun. You're in. Oh, Suspenders. That's rough. That's so rough. Gotta do some housework though, so mowing and dropping Mr. Six at school are on the menu today. You know what? You gotta get the chores done. You gotta get the chores done. Then you're going to spread a suitable amount of frosting evenly atop the first cake. Invert the second cake atop the first to form the second layer. So we're going to be layering these one on top of each other, and they smell so good. They smell so good. And then frost the assembled cake with the remaining frosting. Decorate the top of the cake with, optionally, the coarsely chopped walnuts. Or in our case, we're making caramel. We're going to drizzle caramel on this thing because it's going to be fabulous. It's going to be fabulous. So We're going to be doing all of this obviously over on the stove. And in fact, I need to determine, I think I can use the smaller saucepan for this because I'm going to need the bigger one for the caramel. I think I can get away with this. Pretty sure that this will hold 1 3/4 cups of sugar, 1/3 of golden syrup, and 1/2 cup of water. Pretty sure this will. Good luck, Hazard. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? Okay, so I'm gonna start getting this together while that timer is finishing up. You're tired? That's understandable. Sleepy Sundays can be a thing. Sleepy self-care Sundays. I actually have room now to bring this over here. I don't know why I'm trying to turn back and read it. It's been raining hard today. Ooh, yeah, that makes me tired too. Okay, so 1 3/4 cups of granulated sugar. I want, of course, it's in the drain board. I want my little measuring cup guy again. And that's fine. We can dry it. I have the technology that's known as a dishcloth. This is very doable. Okay. Nice pants I got. Thank you. I'm feeling festive. And while you don't see my legs very often while I'm baking, the glimpses that you do get should be appropriate. You know? 1 3/4 cup. That ought to be close, if not dead on. A little too much. Will it be the end of the world if I have too much? No. That'll do. Is it going to cut it close in this pan? Sure is, but it'll work. Like I said, I need the bigger one for the caramel, and I really don't want to have to wash a hot saucepan in between stages. Like that is something I don't want to do. I am going to need 1/3 cup of the corn syrup, aka the golden syrup. This stuff, I love it so much. All right, I am going to get, though, for this, I want the cooking spray because a little bit of oil in the measuring cup is going to help this come out so much easier. And I always forget this is a thing I can do, and then I'm like, fuck, because it's a pain in the ass to get everything out, you know? 1/3 cup. Very good, very good. Being careful not to hurt my poor thumb. I'm just gonna give a little spritz into the bottom of it, and I'm gonna use a paper towel to get it up the edges, because that's actually easier than trying to spray the cup itself completely and getting oil everywhere. So is this gonna be a perfect solution? Probably not. Is it gonna be better than if I didn't oil it at all? Absolutely. Because obviously the paper towel is going to absorb some of it, but... And then it's just a matter of getting golden syrup into my 1/3 cup measure. For those who are not familiar with golden syrup, because it is not something that you find in the States in general, it is a sugar syrup. I believe, if I remember right from my research, it's cooked down cane sugar specifically, and it's cooked to a point that it makes a syrup consistency, and it has a caramel aftertaste. It's like smoky caramel flavor. It's very good. Hi. I'm gonna try to say this properly. Darlenio, how are you? You are featured by proxy, Suspenders. You sure are. Because you're the reason I have this golden syrup. Yeah, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped it would with the, oil. It helped, but it's not perfect. Where's my... Hi, Mark. How are you? Welcome in. The baking is coming along great. Oh, we got 35 seconds on the clock. We're just gonna do that. I need my cake tester. I need my cake tester. And oven mitts, because we're gonna have to come over this side. You guys, if you don't know Mark, he's a beautiful teammate. Highly recommend checking him out. Don't mind my chair that's sticking way the fuck out there. Pause that. We're going to check on the cake and see if it's done. If this beautiful tester comes out clean, it's done, and if not, it stays in. We'll do it 2 minutes at a time. Oh. Oh. Try a couple more sections just in case, because your oven may not heat evenly. They're done. The done. The done. They look and smell delicious. Okay. Okay, right. I'm losing track of my thoughts. I need to pull this back because I want to get the cake stay cool for 10 minutes in the pan. So I need to put a timer for 10 minutes, and I want to pull them away from the heat of the stove that's gonna be exhausting. So I'm just going to use, pardon the loud noise, the cooling rack. A cooling rack to move them onto my table, but I wanna make sure my tablecloth is out of the way because these are very, very hot and I don't need the tablecloth being involved in that, especially once I tip them out and then there's potential for crumbs. So that gets them away from the stove. And then we can swing back over here to continue playing with the golden syrup and getting it out of. Oh my Lord. You are just in time for spinning time. Math Man, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika. You may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of Everbreak Global Gaming and teammates with Math Man on Set the Tone. And I am a variety streamer here on Twitch, currently in my kitchen baking this beautiful cream spice cake. You guys, if you don't know Math Man, 10 out of 10 you should. I know that this was a little bit of a melancholy send-off day because he is putting Math Man EU on hiatus, but he will still be active on Content Delta. So if I can get a shout out for Content Delta for Math Man, that would be fantabulous because on Content Delta, he goes over streaming tips and tricks. He builds fun widgets for streamer.bot. He does stream reviews, and then he plays fun games like Factorio and RimWorld and commits war crimes and fights bugs, and it's a good vibe. How was Phasmo, Math Man? How did it go? I think I'm still there. Now we're not off kilter. Thank you for getting that shout out, Seamus. How did it go? Thank you guys for the follows. Epic, thank you so much for the resubscription. I can't hear the alerts because for whatever reason, Google Remote Desktop no longer sends sound over to my laptop. So sometimes I catch things and sometimes I don't, but it's really like I have to see it happening. I am scrolling back because so many of you beautiful people came in. So many of you. Oh my goodness gracious. Did you guys have fun with Math Man? Did he die a lot? I know it was Community Day. Did you get him killed? Hello, Chicken Nuggy. Hello, Haxer, Maya, Roanoke, Kusanagi, Light Wraith, Wolfram, Libra, Josie, Chronalger. I'm saying that wrong. Chronalgra. I probably butchered that. If I butcher your name, let me know. Crazy, Zero, Hungry Not Hangry. What a great name. Viking, Pixie, Lady of Misfortune. There's Epic, Maggie B, Maria, Ash. Ash yesterday was so much fun. Gary, Creeper Boy. I wanted to say creepy. You're not creepy. You're not creepy. TSA, Frosty. Hi, Frosty. Of course, Math Man. I'm scrolling. It's so many. So many tears today, Chicken Nugget. I believe it. I'm sure it was, like I said, probably very melancholy. It is like the end of an era, but it's not goodbye. It's just a change in direction. Mathman, hello, Pixel Pioneer equals Elite Streamer. Got a lot of love for the guy. Absolutely, I do too. Commits war crime. He does, Epic. Have you not seen RimWorld? You can barely hold your tears back. You know what? It's okay to cry. Amazing way to hype. Listen, Maria, it's a RimWorld thing. You have to commit the war crimes. The day I saw him meet his first human was a good day. You gotta hydrate in there. Oh my goodness. Chat is, I'm scrolling as fast as I can. We blow our noses with the Geneva Convention. That does sometimes happen. You are here again, Maria. Hi, Big Scooby. It does look so yummy, doesn't it? It smells amazing. So much fun, the laughs, the tears, and everything in between. The community has, the love the community has for Math is immense. Math built that community. He deserves every ounce of love. He deserves so much. It was amazing. I died a few times a lot, and we ended up with a whole chat with ninjas cutting onions. Man, those ninjas and their onions. Hello, Tribal Stalker. All a little creepy. This is true, Epic. This is true. Just a little, though. Tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. So many more moments to come. Yes, 100%. It's law. You got to commit the war crimes. You do. I found another RimWorld player right there. He scared me when Bot said I want a giveaway and he was saying somebody else's name. Oh, Marie, I bet. Yeah, I was about to correct you if you were to misspeak. I get a lot of people try to call me creepy, and that's why I allow people to call me Eeper Boy. Oh, cute. Cute. Should probably go do some midnight baking. Daryl, I highly recommend midnight baking. I'm a fan of it. Mathman, once again, thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you are feeling refreshed by tomorrow, because I know that this has been quite the journey for you and quite the difficult decision, but I support it. I 100% support taking care of yourself. I know you need to raid and run. I know it is very late for you. Go hug Frosty. Go hug Freya. Go enjoy your evening, and thank you again so freaking much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I will take care of everybody here. Thank you guys again also for all of the follows, and welcome in, because it is chaos. Always. It's always chaos. But we have fun here. We have fun. We don't have neighbors, so you bake between midnight and 3 a.m. I think the cats might not appreciate the hammocks, though. The cats will live. The cats sleep all day. They'll live. I also do the nudge nudge. Who you calling creepy punchline? Listen, I appreciate that, Creeper Boy. That's clever. right before you guys got here, I was about to be on the hunt for another little spatula, because my golden syrup is not coming out. I oiled it, and then I used a paper towel to help spread the oil, and it soaked up too much of the oil, so my golden syrup is quite stuck. And now my drawer is quite stuck. Excuse me. Items in drawer. I need you to behave. You guys, the dangers of baking is having too many accoutrements and then not being able to shut your drawer. The baking is going fantastic, Chicken Nugget. It smells so good in here. We did lick the spoon. It tastes so good. We're gonna turn the cakes out in 2.5 minutes onto words. I have them, the cooling rack, because they need to cool so that we'll be able to frost them, but this is like perfect because I will be able to be working on this while they're cooling. We are making a boiled frosting, which is what the sugar and the golden syrup in this pot are for. I need to get water for it. And then I'm going to dry out my mixer bowl because the egg whites are gonna whip and we're gonna literally cook down sugar. Apple pie time. Apple pie is delicious. I think your wife should just give in and peel the apples. 4 minutes on cooling, your watch timer at least. Yeah, I set a 10-minute timer, so we're almost there. We're almost there. With the trick of using a towel instead of... I do know about using a towel instead of insulated mittens, but I have insulated mittens. And for me, it's smarter to use the insulated mittens because I still feel the heat through those. Ginger genetics mean that you're usually a lot more sensitive to temperature. And I got the ginger genetics hardcore. And I can tell you when it shifts 1 degree in my house because I will just immediately know, especially if it shifts to the colder temperatures because I'm just suddenly like, it's too cold. My bestie, Gwen, she was here earlier. She's off making a lasagna now. I went to visit her once. She likes to keep her house around 65, or at least she did, because the computer room would always be warm, and that's where she and her hubby spent most of their time. And I came over, so she turned the thermostat to 68 for my comfort, which I appreciated. But the thermostat undid her temporary programming at one point, and the minute it hit 67 degrees, I was like, girl, you need to go turn your thermostat back. Because I could tell. I could tell. Say that 5 times really fast, huh, Carl? Oh my god, if I would trip over my tongue. I'm a ginger? I know! Shocking, isn't it, suspenders? Hi, cutie. Sorry I wasn't already following. I hope you're having a good day. Wolfram, not a problem. I'm having a fantastic day. I appreciate the follow. Sometimes we think we hit the button and we didn't, or sometimes we accidentally click out of a game back into the browser and hit the button and don't realize. You know, shit happens. Oh, there's the timer. We're gonna tip some cakes. Instead of cow tipping, we're cake tipping, and I will tilt this down and straighten the angle because they gotta come out. They gotta come out. There's one. There's 2. Beautiful. They're out. They're free. Very carefully scooch that back in, and it's okay that they sit on their lids. It's not gonna bother anything. Not gonna bother a darn thing. Swing, swing, bada bada. There's a lot of that here. My favorite pie. Probably, God, that's a tough question. Because I like pie, but I don't love pie. The one I make the most is a chocolate meringue. It's a chocolate custard from scratch over a double boiler, so it's not pudding. It's not Jell-O pudding. So that's definitely up there on the list. But I think my actual, well, it used to be strawberry rhubarb, but I don't know if strawberry rhubarb is my favorite pie anymore. I'm kind of really fond of a lemon meringue pie. It would have to be a toss-up, I think, right now between lemon meringue and chocolate meringue. Because they're both really good. They're both really good. Checked in because you're slightly chilly and it's 53 Fahrenheit in your flat and you're still like, no, I don't need clothes. Wolfram, I would be dying. I would die. I sometimes feel through the insulated mittens, so you use towels. Just, oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense, Creeper. 3.14 is your favorite pie, Seamus. Ooh, a key lime. I haven't made a key lime in years. Your favorite summer pie is a strawberry rhubarb / banana cream pie. Favorite fall is pumpkin. Oh, I do love a good pumpkin pie, Gags. 100%. Going to love you and leave you bedtime. Yes, yes. Go get your sleep, chicken nugget. I appreciate you coming in for the raid. And I will absolutely post the pictures in Discord. 100%. Okay, we've got the golden syrup in here. I need a half a cup of water. Did I use my half cup? I don't think I did. I think I still have a half. No, maybe. No, there it is. I have not used the half cup. Excellent. I like Barber, but I like it with a lot of pies, so as long as it's good and doesn't... That's fair. Overstimulation from pies, no good. You're Scottish, you're built for the cold, you hate summer. You know, that's fair. You would think I would be built for the cold living in upstate New York, in mountainous region, but I'm not. However, the current time of the year that we're in and spring are my favorite seasons because I like the in-between weather. When it's not too hot, it's not too cold, and the bugs are asleep. Like, I love a good day where it gets warm, but not too warm, so you can open the windows and enjoy the fresh air. And then, even if it's warmed up in the house, you can just leave the windows open because it naturally cools at night, and you get a really good, refreshing night's sleep. And then you just do it again. Those days don't last long enough. Those are my favorite days. Let's get the water. And since it's water, I don't care if I accidentally spill it on my floor. Into the pan. We're not going to stir this. And we're gonna drop the measuring cup. We're gonna drop the measuring cup. Hi, Forever in Shadow, welcome in. Apparently I'm now getting water on my laptop. That's a good look. Water and electronics don't mix. Newsflash. There's a pie shop here that makes a salted maple pie. I've never heard of a salted maple pie, but that sounds interesting. Is making it into your book. You just started writing about one of the characters needing cake, Seamus. Let's go. Let's go. That's funny. So just like summer a lot of times, especially in heat wave. Yeah, heat waves are the worst. They smell good, don't they, Seamus? Yeah. Desert style weather here in Colorado. Oh, Candy, that sounds miserable. Desert style sounds too hot. I can see that happening. He is surrounded by yummy smells. I almost said summy yells, and that's not correct. That's not correct. I love when I leave your flat and there's that fresh air with your breath showing. It's so nice. That's too cold, Wolfram. That's too cold. You're probably one of those crazy people too that there's snow on the ground and you've still got shorts and flip-flops on, aren't you? Dog and shirts even in the snow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, we're gonna take a spin. We're gonna take a spin across the floor. Well, actually, we'll wait for Seamus to come back through because he's gotta go back into his office, so we don't wanna be in his way. Okay, yeah, 75 Fahrenheit to 38 in the evening is actually really nice. That's actually really nice. That's very comfortable. That's like, what, 25 Celsius at the top end? Down to around maybe 2 or 3 Celsius in the low end. Set those down on the ground. Whee! Over to the stove! Don't mind the mess in the living room. Ugh. I'm gonna actually have to have you guys like right here. And it's gonna have to tilt down and we're gonna come this way a little bit. There we go. Let me grab the pot. Let me grab the pot. We literally are boiling this. I technically should start the egg whites whipping, but we can do that. Well, no. Let me get this turned on. You guys keep an eye on this for me. I'm gonna get the egg whites in the bowl to start whipping. And that's literally all that I'm doing over here is drying the bowl, putting egg whites in, and starting them to whip. Because I can't do anything with that. And I'll grab the thermometer on my way back. Chip those in. And I need the whisk attachment. That's very helpful as well. water off into the sink. There. Excellent. Now I need the thermometer. We're basically going to be playing Phasmo, but in real life. Okie dokie, suspenders. Go bring that kiddo to school. Then you're free. Then you're free. The heat waves start at 25 for about a week, but at, oh yeah, 30. 30 is miserable. Yes, absolutely, Wolfram. Enjoy your evening. Thank you for stopping by. It's nice and chill here. You're definitely popping next time you see me. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Is the damp cap on? I don't know what a damp cap is. I think I can bring you in closer, though. I will look like a crazy person, but I can bring you guys in a little closer to get a better view of what we're doing. Because this is the important part here. We're boiling. And we're gonna be watching for it to hit 240 Fahrenheit. That'll be softball stage. And it has to be left to do what it's gotta do. That's how it works. That's how it works. And it's like watching paint dry for a little bit, because this is one of those things that it goes suddenly from holy shit, nothing's happening, to oh my god, everything is happening all at once. There's like no in between. And I'm gonna just double check on the eggs here and there. They don't want to over whip them. Which they may be at their... Nope, they're still a little floppy. We want stiffer. Let those keep going. The damp cap is the hood above... Oh. So... We don't have one of those. We don't have one of those. Our stove does not contain. Tomatoes have done. Let's go, Kags. That's amazing. That's exciting. We're at 120.5 Fahrenheit. So it should start to... Yep, I see the bubbles forming around the edges now. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yes, I look forward to looking at those pictures after stream, Kags. I look forward to it. It'll be amazing. Yeah, this is the boring part. Waiting. The waiting. Let me go check the eggs again. They are at soft peak, so they're good. We're gonna let them sit. Like I said, I don't want to overdo it. That also means I don't have to listen to them anymore. Not that listening to the mixer is a problem, but I don't necessarily want to do it constantly. Because that's no fun. So since we're baking cake though, you guys, what are your favorite cakes? Because this is my first spice cake as an adult. I haven't made spice cakes since I was in... Well, I mean, technically it's my second one as an adult, but I don't count my last couple years of being a teenager, like pre-21, as being an adult. I considered myself a pre-adult back then, and that's the last time I made spice cake, and it was not as involved as this. It's a useful device and makes it safer long term because of how effective it is on collecting the gas. I believe it. So this house creeper is from the 1920s, and off to that side, let me back my finger up, over there is actually an old chimney, and that is where there used to be a wood stove and stuff, but with where the doors had to be moved and to make it a more cohesive modern kitchen, it is not there anymore. I also don't know that there was a stove up on this floor. There had to have been. There had to have been. So they must have moved the door, which would make sense. They've done a lot of weird things to this building. But anyways, it just wasn't like easy to necessarily put in one of those hood ranges because this wall back here is an interior wall. Seamus's office is right on the other side of it. And then above us, up there, is attic and like attic floor. 153. So we don't actually have a spot to put a hood in. Cheesecake is your kryptonite. Carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. Ooh, I don't know what a tuxedo cake is. Is that where you marble the vanilla and chocolate? You're gaining weight reading this chat. Carrot cake and cheesecake are good, but you also like lots of things. Yeah, so my favorite cake is my hot water chocolate cake with old-fashioned pudding sauce. That's my favorite. I loves it. Yeah, you can see it's bubbling around the edges. So it's coming up to that nice boil, and as it boils, it's gonna roll and it's actually gonna dissolve the sugar. That and the sugar is melting on the bottom of the pan in general, because that's how you make caramel, and we will be doing that in probably like 15-20 minutes. We'll be starting the caramel process. Yeah, the hot water chocolate cake, it's my go-to. I haven't made it in a while, but it is my go-to. Do I have an actual candy thermometer that I could stick in there and just watch? No, that is the one that broke. That's a negative. That's a negative, Ghost Rider. That is home improving and might want to remove the fireplace, but to me it just needs reworking. You know? Depends on if you're willing to take care of it, right? That's the long and short of it. Are you willing to take care of it? Because I know I was sad when my grandparents removed their in-ground pool from their backyard, but the reality of it was they had hit an age where they just couldn't take care of it anymore. And all of us kids and grandkids either lived too far away or had no interest in going over to help them with it. So that was the end of the pool. 167. All my temperature readings will be in Fahrenheit, by the way, because I am an American and I use my favorite little freedom units. I can switch it, though, to Celsius if I need to. That's the handy thing about this thermometer. It's very, very handy. Very, very, very handy. We appreciates it. Yeah, it smells good. Smells good. I had to get a little closer so I could make sure that that was what I was smelling and not just the cakes behind me. But that might change because of things like moving out. Yes, exactly. Yup, and when you move out and it's all on your dad, he may not want to take care of it anymore. So it's definitely one of those decisions where it's not simple or easy to make because there's a lot of moving parts that change the decision. 233. We're almost there. We're almost there because we needed to just come to softball. If you take it a little beyond, it won't hurt the mixture so long as you don't hit hard crack, which is like 260, I think. Softball, going a little beyond it into more of like hardball just means that you get a stiffer meringue consistency. $235. Very close. And like I said, it went from not really doing anything to holy shit, it's doing everything all at once. Because that's how it works. 236. It's bouncing because of the bubbling. I actually might want my other thermometer that has a stick that I can put in there to get past the bubbles. Thermometer that says it's 80 in here. Yeah, we were reading the surface. So 227, 231. It's just not that deep. Just have to be careful with this if you've got something that's like a spitty, because you don't want it to splash out and scald yourself with hot sugar. That will send you to the hospital. 10 out of 10, don't recommend that. A thermomommy meter? I mean, there might be hot milks in our area that we need the thermomommy meter to find. There might be. That is entirely a possibility. 232. We're getting closer. $233, $234. And it is bouncing because my hand is moving up and down. $235-ish. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's bouncing a lot. I need to switch hands, so I'm going to read it upside down. And ideally, you don't want it to touch the bottom. I'm going to give it a little bit more gas here. Chocolates do I like to use? So I really like for a hard chip that I'm going to be putting in, or chocolate baking squares, I like Ghirardelli. But if I'm using loose powdered cocoa, then it's got to be high-fat Dutch process, because that is the best baking cocoa. But if you cannot afford that, like Hershey's cocoa powder will do. We do not judge people's financial situations. Similar for the baking squares, a cheaper one will work. I just happen to really like Ghirardelli and Dutch process. Getting there. Your country is known for its chocolates. Are you in Belgium? Are you in Belgium? Because, oh my God, Belgium chocolate is the tit. I love Belgium chocolate so much. I feel like this has to be at softball, and this is just struggling. Let me see what the other one says. Because I feel like it's gotta be. We shouldn't have that much of a discrepancy, and now the bubbles have died down some. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Very good. I'm going to just cut the heat, and I'm going to take you guys back across the kitchen. You're Belgian. Yeah. That was quick. It does. It goes from nothing to something all at once. Whee! Back over here, keeping the cord out of the way. That's the thud that you just heard. Tilt. That should do it. Okay, let me get the pot of really hot sugar liquid. So here's the part that you gotta be at least a little bit careful about. This goes on a low speed. You do not want to drizzle this onto the moving beater because it will splash at you. So you really do want it to go down the side, but it has to be beating while you do this. Just be very careful. Go slow. You got time. And I'm just being quiet because I'm being mindful of not hitting myself with scalding hot 3rd-degree burn level sugar. I love the fact that in the book his frosting was white, but the golden syrup for me has made it this like really warm color. Although as I whip it, it may lighten up. That is a thing that can happen. Okay, I gotta back this up a little, because it is starting to, there we go, not hit the side of the bowl. Carefully. Carefully. Smooth. Good enough. Now I can raise that speed up. Go into stiff peaks. Stiff peaks. Put this in the sink where I can't accidentally bump into it and hurt myself, because that would be bad. Oh, it was quick that I said Belgium. So, I've had Belgian chocolate before, and I adore Belgian chocolate. It is the tits for chocolate. I've never had better chocolate than Belgian chocolate. So, 10 out of 10 would eat again. Caramel. Caramel's on the next tab that we're doing. I don't know that I ever put a marker in for doing this part, but that's okay. Yeah, see, that's still very hot to the touch down there. Ooh. Put this away. Don't need this. Ugh. And I'm gonna bring this over here just to get a quick rinse. Just to get a quick rinse. So for caramel, for salted butter caramel, we're gonna need sugar, water, heavy cream, butter, and salt. So I'm gonna grab out my butter, which is a stick. I need a stick of butter. Half a cup. Oh, we do love butter. Just open this package and put 3 sticks in the door for other use. And 1 stick comes with me. There's our stick of butter. Is treating you to crepes from Sweet Paris today? Ooh, Colette, that's amazing. Belgium has a few rules, laws about making chocolates, and even has event. Oh, that just makes me want to go to Belgium more, Creeper. That just makes me want to go to Belgium more. Still very hot. Put the golden syrup away, because we're done with that. Because I love golden syrup. This needs to be washed into ye old sink with it. And it's going to be a cup of sugar, so I need to dry that. Just reusing all the baking accoutrements. Reusing it all. And it'll be a 1/4 cup of water, which is still in here, I believe. No, that's an 1/8 of a cup. Did I use my 1/4 cup? I must have. But I thought this was a 1/3. It's a 1/4. Did I maybe not put enough? No. I used the 1/4 for the flour. That's why. I was like, did I not use enough of an ingredient? But I remember why I used it. I'm losing my mind. Okay, it's getting cooler. Still too warm, but it's getting glossy. It's getting glossy. And I need to grab the cream out. The heavy cream. At least 35% milk fat. I believe this is 40. Nope, 36. It's just enough fat. Just enough. Belgian candy in a local fry house. Yeah. Yeah. That would be amazing when I do finally get over there someday. This is gonna take a little while to cool. Yes, it is. Let me grab the pan for the caramel. Caramel is a little more dangerous, so we're using the bigger pan for the caramel. We're gonna place the sugar and the water in the pan and stir, making sure all the sugar is wet. I'm basically doubling up on actions while this is doing its thing, because it's gonna take a little while to get it to cool, to disperse that heat, especially because it's hot in here. I think that's a 77, 78, so we're pushing that good old, like, 27 Celsius. I may have to crack a window. Getting a cup of our beautiful granulated sugar out. And I've got to get the caramel going because I've got to let the caramel cool so that I can actually get it on the cake if I want to pipe it. That's what I have to decide. Do I want to pipe it on or do I want to just drizzle it? I could do either. 1 cup granulated sugar. Getting there. 1/4 cup water. Beautiful. Oop, ad break. My apologies. This is one of the few times that I can't stop. So if you are stuck in ads, even though you can't hear me, I apologize. Give it a little stir to make sure all of the sugar is wet. There we go. Almost. Almost. No, don't want to crack that one. Because there's no screen in it. And you'll pipe me for full speed? Ooh woo. Nope, not bafflophobic. I love waffles. Waffles are delicious. And then this needs to go onto the stove on high heat until the bubble starts to slow and the mixture turns into a golden caramel. Then you add the cream, butter, and salt. I want to finish this first though because I don't want to walk away from this and I don't want to walk away from this. I can put my hands on it. It's still pretty hot though, but let's see where we're at peak-wise. Oh, it's stiffening and it's glossy. I'm going to take it just a little further. So I don't think we're going to cool this as much as we would for meringue. But it is getting to the point where like I can touch most of the bowl and I'm not going to melt the skin off of my hands. And it is nice and smooth and glossy, which is what I think. Hang on. Much better. Silent sneeze, which is what I think it said to do. Beat until the mixture cools and reaches a thick, spreadable consistency. Well, it's definitely thick. It's definitely technically cooled. I could spread that. That's beautiful. And with the golden syrup in there, or if you were using it instead corn syrup, it's never, in my knowledge, it's not going to set up to where it won't dribble until it fully cools, and then it should form like a little bit of a shell. And it did whiten up as we beat it. This was a beautiful like amber color to start. So we're just whacking it off now. Apologies if this is making loud banging noises. I see a first time chat. Hang on, I can't see that far though to read what you actually said. I can just see the box. One moment. I'm too far from the screen. That's glorious. That's lickable. A baking stream. This is the first one you've stumbled upon via just scrolling. Anime weeb. Anime weeb. Anime weeb. Weebo Nugget? Did I say that right? Welcome in. It is thick with 3 C's. Yeah, I try to do at least 2 baking streams a month. Although December is going to be basically all baking streams because Christmas cookies. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate. I got it right. Excellent. Okay, this can sit because the cakes are still cooling a little bit. We're going to go back over to the stove. It was just, you know, another one of those days where we slide across the kitchen a lot. Whee! Hell yeah, yeah. I love baking. And I love doing baking streams. And I have actually Glay to thank for the baking streams because I did them originally as a, yep, words, I have them. I did them just as a, I want to share some of my Christmas cookies with everybody kind of deal. And I did that for the first year, and that was before I knew Glay. It's before I knew a lot of you guys. I was just, you know, a quiet streamer doing her own thing. And then I met Glay, and I'll turn you a little bit to see me for this better. I met Glay, and he was like, he saw me do it the second year, and I streamed a little bit more, and he was like, you should probably do that more often. I was like, I don't know. And then I did it for the third year with the cookies, and I was like, no, he right. This is fun, and I should figure it out. I should really make my Mimir spiced molasses cookies this December, but effort, yeah, effort is the thing. They charged you an $8 fee for you putting the, oh wow, Collect, that's crazy. Go pick up the yummies though. Go pick up the yummies. They're really good. They're like soft gingerbread cookies, but 100% better. Ooh, those sound good, Kags. Tempting your third loaf of banana bread for Christmas. First loaf came out thick and moist. Second loaf came out less thick and moist, but I think you needed more banana. You might have. You might have. I love making banana bread. I just haven't in a while because I still have up in my freezer a loaf that's frozen and needs to be eaten. Okay, before I turn that on, I need to grab the heavy cream because when it's time to add the heavy cream, it's time to add the heavy cream, of which we need half a cup. Gonna need half a cup. And I'm gonna use this guy because my half a cup got used for something else. Shake it a little. Yeah, usually for my banana bread, it takes approximately 2 bananas smashed, sometimes 3. Okay, there's half a cup. Beautiful. Half a cup of heavy cream. And we have our half a cup of butter. Okay. That like silent sneeze made me sniffly. So don't mind. It's nothing crazy. Set that back there. We're gonna turn this on. And now it's a lot of hurry up and wait again. At that loaf earlier, you nearly pulled it out. Yeah, I will probably pull it out when we finish this cake, Seamus, because there's gonna be that gap week of I haven't baked, so that'll pull us through. Go pull it out. I love new cookie recipes and adore molasses. Yeah, definitely. Pop that in my Discord. I have a whole recipe section, Kags. Yeah, and this is immediately getting some bubbles around the edges. I know this one's harder to do. Excellent, Kags. I look forward to seeing it tomorrow. We are not eating an entire cake in an evening, Seamus. My grandma on my stepdad's side gave me one of her recipe books. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. I love old recipe books. I love old recipe books so much. You can eat an entire cake in a day. Is it possible? Yes. Are we going to? No. We'll actually probably be able to nurse the cake for at least 3 or 4 days. Maybe longer, depends on the size of slices that we're taking, which is going to depend entirely on just how sweet is that frosting. Because if the frosting is really sweet, he and I will both eat less at a go because we like sweets, but we don't like melting our teeth off sweets level. The recipe has both the amounts of a whole batch that makes 16 dozen and half a batch. Wow, 16 dozen is a lot of cookies. That's my kind of recipe. You know, kind of like the ginger snaps, the pepper kakor that ended up with 20 dozen after 2 batches. Whoops. I think I actually ended up with more like 22 dozen. They're slated to make 10 dozen a piece, and I'm pretty sure I was getting like 11 and change. The dough freezes extremely well. I love when you can freeze stuff. You'll eat cake for breakfast and end the day with the dessert. There's nothing wrong with that. If it's a nice moist cake, you can't help yourself, especially if it's a spice bundt cake with apple pie filling acting as a layer. Oh, yeah, that would be good. That would be good. There it is. It's starting to really bubble in. I'm gonna just, we're gonna bring you guys over here for a moment so that you can see. Yeah, I can still read. That's the important part. I just need to swing so that I can read what you're saying and we can watch the caramel magic happen together. Yeah, homemade icing is good too. I very much pride myself on the fact that I almost 100% of the time bake from scratch. There are very few occasions that I do not. One such was the day I decided to make baklava for a Jewish friend. I will never make baklava again. Like, fuck that recipe. I don't like nuts in my desserts, so this was not a dessert that I was going to even eat. I was not about to try to roll out the phyllo dough, so I bought it store-bought, and it was still miserable. Never again. Never again. He said it was fantastic. He very much enjoyed it. He appreciated the effort. And I told him it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because never again. Never, never. It is. My mom makes it every year for your birthday. You turn 21 in a month and a half. Congratulations. That's exciting. That's exciting. And what a great cake for a birthday. Yeah, the other time that I have used box mix is in recent years is my sister-in-law really prefers box mix funfetti for her birthday. So if I'm the one making her cake, I will acquiesce because she is the birthday girl and hurt my lack of a soul and make a box cake mix for her because the birthday girl gets what the birthday girl wants. She always has to make extra apple pie filling because you like munching on it while she makes the cake. You're lucky she does that. My mom, once my mom figured I was old enough, she stopped leaving extras for me. And taught me how to not leave extras so I can scrape a bowl pretty clean. Not as clean as she can, but pretty damn clean. But I always make sure I have extras for myself because you have to lick everything. All of it. That's safe. Like, obviously, this caramel is going to have to cool before I try to lick anything. Oh, she makes it homemade. That's the best. That's the best. Look at it bubble. Look at it go. I need to get the sugar off the side. 1 second. I need a pastry brush. Where's my pastry brush? Way the fuck down there. Pastry brush and a little bowl of water, which can actually be used double purpose when we have to test and see if the caramel is done. So I'm just gonna set this water here where I scraped the thing off. This is literally how you do it. You just dip water and just brush the edge. Because all the sugar has to melt or it can make the caramel not as good. And it's okay to have a little bit of extra water in there. This is not gonna ruin it. There we go. Mo better. Mo better. Caramel is life, right? Forever in Shadow. It's so good. You're learning how to make your favorite candy. That's extra awesome. Is it the caramel? Little extra cinnamon sugar. Oh, on what? I missed something. That's the kind of filling I throw on a toasted English muffin. Oh, that would be good. You're not wrong, Forever in Shadow. You're not wrong. It is the caramel. Oh, goody. Yeah. We're just waiting for it to, it's going to continue to boil. We're waiting for it to shift from a lot of bubbles to a little bubbles. They'll slow down and it will darken. And just like with the mixture that we did previously, it will go like that. All of a sudden, it's just going to be done. It goes so quick. Add a little sea salt and some chocolate. There will be some salt in it. My sea salt is up above. And then there's also salt in my butter. You've heard more than you've seen. Could you also post today's recipe? So today's recipe in the Discord, there's an entire Bake With Me recipe index. If you scroll down, and it is in there. I keep those separate from the recipes section that anybody can share to, so that it's easy to reference. And then there's an index if you wanted to click to go to the specific post, because we're up to probably like 40 recipes in there by now. Yeah. Trying to decide dinner so you can go play with dinos. Just eat dino nuggies. It'll be perfect. It's a really smart way of doing it, right, Kags? It's, I would like to say I did it because I'm smart, but I actually did it because I'm anal. I have such OCD about organization. You're welcome, Forever in Shadow. Very good. You have these, but that doesn't help husband. Well, it sounds like your husband's having dino nuggies too. Yeah, you can see it's very slowly starting to change color. You can see it along the edge in the back a little bit. And the bubbles are starting to slow down. They are starting to slow down. You know, I'm pretty sure when we made caramel last time, I also had to sneeze. And then I had like a clogged nose. Had like 7 Moz sticks earlier. You were hungry. But mozzarella sticks are so good. They're so good, especially with Melba sauce, which only people from my area will know what I'm talking about. But Melba sauce is delicious. It is a grape/raspberry reduction, basically, that you dip your cheese sticks in. Highly recommend if you've never tried it before. It is fantastic. Yeah, but you have to be dating Melba to get on the frag. Hanno, hi, welcome in. It's okay. Dating Melba is easy. Like a coulis? I don't know what a coulis is. I just know that Melba sauce is amazing. And it is very indicative to the Northeast and to kind of my section of the Northeast. Type of cheese would you suggest to go with the Melba sauce? We just dip mozzarella sticks in it, but you could really eat any cheese with it. You could even use it with like a brie. Oh man, actually, if you had like a good savory biscuit and you put some brie and Melba on it, that would probably be really good. There it goes. It's turning golden. Yeah, no worries, anime. No worries, anime. That is A-okay. We are just getting to the golden stage. Nom nom nom. Yeah. I actually love a good turkey and brie panini with some cranberry sauce on it. Yeah. On like a really nice hearty brioche or sourdough bread. So good. So good. I have a feeling I didn't have this centered very well because it looks like the back is getting golden way faster than the front. Opal, you're streaking! Hello, welcome in. How are you, friend? Coolest is a puree that's a bit thinner and smoother minus seeds. It's an extra step of straining. So then it would be very similar to that, yes. You love sourdough so much, right? I do too. I actually was one of the people that got into like making sourdough during the pandemic. I wanted to start before the pandemic, but obviously I failed to do so. Probably like 2 months before the pandemic, maybe 3, I had mentioned that I was going to get into it, and then the world went tits up for a little bit. But I did get into it, and then I decided that keeping a starter was a lot of work, and now that starter hasn't been fed since like 2021. All right, this is the part where it is a little bit dangerous. I'm gonna put the butter in first. Let me double check the recipe. I think we put both of them in. Bubbles start to slow and the mixture turns into a golden caramel. Add the butter, cream, and salt. Yes. Stir over high heat until a teaspoon. Yep, okay. So it is going to bubble up. It's going to rise when we put this stuff in. So be very careful if you make this at home. Do not burn yourself. Do not splash yourself. Be very mindful with this. Normally I wouldn't handle the butter, but I don't want it to splash back. So that goes in. I'm gonna toss the wrapper and I'm gonna wipe my fingers so I don't have hot oil on my fingers, because that also sounds like a really bad time. It is going to rise. And this is why we used the bigger pot, even though it looked like it was too big for a little bit. You need that room. And then we're just gonna stir. We need the butter to fully melt. And then this water that's sitting here, we're gonna drop some into it when we think it's done. And if it balls up, we're good to go. I just realized you guys can't see the water. Now you can see the water. I admire anyone that makes sourdough. I don't have the patience to make a good starter. Yeah, making the starter, it's like a week of feeding the damn thing off and on. And then anytime you go to use it, you have to feed the thing again and wake it back up. And that was the part that I was like, I don't want to have to feed it every time because I don't make it enough. So sourdough is fun. I will buy it. Sometimes if you go to a bakery, they'll give you some of their starter, but for the most part, it's easier to just also buy a loaf from them and call it a day. I'll bake other yeasted stuff. Phoenix also did the sourdough adventure. Loaves, focaccia, English muffins, bagels, hard work. Yeah, I am not surprised that Phoenix also did that adventure. That seems very them. That seems very them. God, I want to try making bagels someday, like proper kettle boiled bagels. Eventually it'll happen. Feed me Saki, right? In a little bakery, yeah, yup. I have to be careful of that. I don't need a carnivorous plant that runs on sugar. Because then first I'd have to find a diabetic. Then I'd have to overload them and not give them their insulin. And then I could feed them to the plant. It would just be extra work. It would be extra work, really. Okay. It is slowing down. Bring this close. Let's see what happens. It did ball, but it's still smushy. So probably a little longer. I don't think it's quite ready. Once it goes in the water, I don't have to worry about how hot it is. For the record, the water's gonna insta-cool it. That's the point. God, it smells so good though. It smells amazing. And by the time this is done, our frosting should be cool and our cake should be cool enough to frost. And the frosting steps are gonna come in a couple parts. And while we're working on frosting the cake, this can be cooling down so that it can be put on the cake safely and successfully. And then whatever I have left, I'm actually going to pull out a tiny little pan and I'm going to put some parchment paper in, because what Seamus and I found last time we made this, two baking streams ago with the bundt cake, was that it actually solidified so much that we could no longer drizzle it on ice cream. It didn't work. So the ice cream, out. No ice cream. But it would cut nicely into little pieces that you could just munch on if you put it in the right container to do so. So I will be lining a container with some parchment. That way it's easy to lift out and slice, and then he and I can have some caramel bites with whatever doesn't end up on this cake. That has thickened. Let's see. Into the water. Yeah, that's much better. You came up with that plan awfully fast. Was gonna maybe crumble like toffee onto the ice cream. Yeah. I wanted it on ice cream and I tried it on ice cream and it did not work on ice cream. Trey sad. Where are we at temperature wise? 257. Could go a little further. This is very much like an effort in patience and just, you get used to it. You kind of know what to look for. I am going to turn the heat down a little. This will be a very good dark caramel. Oh, I need to add the salt too, don't I? Ugh. Don't mind me. The actual sea salt is way the heck up there. Ooh, that doesn't feel good on the finger. Good thing it was quick. Nobody tell my occupational therapist that I'm abusing the injury. Don't worry, I'll tell her myself, but do as I say, not as I do. Don't do that. That's literally a pinch of sea salt, just enough. And again, I have salted butter, so that helps. You can see it thickening in the pot too. Oh, that should be. Bloop, bloop. Yes, that's holding. That's holding. We're good. We're good. It's done. Do you trust the laser therm over... So I do trust the laser therm. I do need to get a stick in the pot candy thermometer though as well, because that would be helpful. That would be helpful. Okay, so this is gonna just stay here and cool down. And I'm gonna just move it to the back burner that's not conducting as much heat. We are then gonna take a little ride back over to the island where we're gonna do the last of cake assembly. Hi, Smeagol. I bet you want dinner, huh, bud? Smeagol tried to get underfoot of the sliding rolling cart. Hi, Tamaiti. It is a carousel ride, just a little bit. Just a little bit. This, yep. Okay, so that's good on the caramel. I can put that book away. Which, by the way, the caramel recipe comes out of Crazy Sweet Creations by Ann Reardon. It is part of a dessert that I will eventually make because it looks delicious, called Spiral Chocolate Caramel Domes. And I believe she has a picture for this on the second page. Nope, she doesn't have a picture for that one. Yes, she does. Do we have a picture of the inside? That's what I'm really interested in. No, we do not. But that's what it looks like when she assembled it. Delicious. I will eventually make it. It will be good. Okay, let me put the heavy cream away and move all of my measuring cups because I don't need them. They can be washed at this point. So we'll just get them out of the way into the sink. Like a smart person. And then this as well. But before we take away my beautiful beater, we have to lick it. We have to. It's like the law around here. Ooh. Oh. Oh, there's a caramel flavor to this as well. Which makes sense. Hang on, I need to go let Seamus try this. You actually have to kind of like... Mm-hmm. Oh my. Right? It's caramelly. It's gonna be caramel with caramel. That's really good. That's really good. All right. This cleans up my area. And the last thing I need is my cake stand. So once more, I'm gonna step away because my cake stand is in storage, and I will be right back with that. If I had been really uber smart, I would have already had that down and ready. But I am not necessarily uber smart. I'm just mostly smart in some capacity. Usually book learning. Oh, thank you, Step Stool, for making this easier. Oh. Come on, up and out of the box. Box. I'm gonna go back up there. Okay. It's easier to store the box with this in it than it is to just store the cake stand, so that's why I do it that way. So now we've got a cake stand, and I'm gonna put a little bit of a marker here because we are actually getting into assembly stages. Huzzah! Let me get the cakes. Yeah, they're nice and cool. Okay. So step 1. Flip it over. I am actually... They're fairly level. I'm gonna do this in a way that probably is not the recommended way. Oh, you know what I also need? I need my crank palette knife. The question is that buried in this behind pile? Or is it out? It's out on the porch. Okay. Another step away. I have to go get my crank knife. Because I don't think... Wait. Before I walk out there, did it get stored in one of these drawers? Because that'd be really funny if I went out to find it and it's actually right here. Doesn't appear like it. Okay. So yes, I do need to go out and grab it. I do. This is still... Yes, okay. Sometimes the mic dies and I wanted to make sure. It suddenly occurred to me that this is a longer than typical stream than we've had baking for a while. Light doors so cats don't be dumb and come out here and then get trapped. Ugh. Into the bucket. Oh, fun. There's one. There's two. And I may need to come back out here for piping stuff, but unknown. Hi, Hera. You're also not going out there, little girl. Normally it's Smeagol I have to worry about. Okay, so to make frosting things easier, cranked, because it's tilted, straight, palette knives. You microwave dino nuggies and fries. He made a turkey sandwich, both lazy dinners. There's nothing wrong with lazy dinners. It's a lazy Sunday. It's a lazy Sunday. So we've got plenty, and I mean plenty of frosting. So what you do to keep the cake from sliding around on this is you take a little bit, and this that I wiped looks good, and you just literally smear it onto the cake stand or whatever else you're using. Will this mean that the cake stand has to be washed? Yes. Was the cake stand gonna have to be washed anyways? Also yes. And then you set your cake down on it with a little bit of pressure, and it's gonna help keep the cake from moving. Yeah, because now I can move the whole cake stand with the cake. You have an early day tomorrow? Oof. So, I'm now going to start smearing this because we need to put our middle layer on first. And I think with how caramelly this is, I'm only going to drizzle the caramel down the sides versus all over it, because I don't need it to be too caramelly, if that makes sense. I don't even know if I'm going to need to do a crumb coat with this. I may be able to just straight go. I very well might be able to. And that would be awesome. So a crumb layer, which also, because I'm not slicing the edges of this, I don't need to worry about as much. I'm not going to cut the edges off to trim to make it like perfectly flat or the top or anything. A crumb layer, crumb coat, is where you literally put a thin layer of frosting around it, and then you put it in the fridge for about 10 minutes and let it chill, because the frosting cooling down locks the crumbs in from being spreadable. It creates this like barrier, right? And that allows you to work nicely without having to worry about your beautiful frosting layer where you want it to look nice and be presentable, having those crumbs in it. It also helps lock the cake in place so that you're not tearing it. Usual Monday, 6 to 1:30. Oh, that is so early, Carrie. That is so early. So this layer, this middle layer, I want to be a little bit thicker. So I am just building it up. I could use a spatula to get this out of the bowl in bigger quantities, but I am okay just flat spatulaing it out. There's so many different kinds of spatulas, and they're all called spatula. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that fantastic? We did such a good job naming things, you guys. Tease that over to that edge a little bit more. I'm also trying to more or less level the top of the cake this way. Doesn't have to be perfect. Oop. That was a little bit of a gummy string. That was a little bit of a gummy string. And I hit the edge of it, so I'm getting just gunked. So give me a moment, because that's driving me crazy. I don't like that feeling on my hands. Okay, that takes it off of my hand. That takes it off of my palette knife. Beautiful. Okay, so that's more or less where we want it. And it's a nice, you can see it layer. I like how like dense these are. Just gonna line this up and set it down. So I've got this nice, I chose to do it domed and put the flat on the top and the bottom. You could do it the opposite way, but I'm just gonna fill in to make it work. This is where the real fun and magic happens, and I'm gonna scooch this part closer to me so I can read it better. There we go. Excellent. I love that it just sticks to itself. So I'm literally just going to press it in. And then spin. And we're just filling in that gap. And we're going to be very careful to not tip the cake off of one edge or the other. That is usually the bane of my existence with cakes, is tipping them off an edge. Yes, Belly, I know you're hungry. We will eat cake, probably, after. We'll get there, I promise. I promise. And it is just like, you know, nicely oozing down to where it's gonna need to be anyways. I'll take it. There's gonna be so much extra of this. I wonder if I can turn it into anything else. That, or I'm just gonna eat it by the spoonful, which is exactly what Gwen wanted me to do in the first place with meringue. Yeah, and you can see like it's oozing into the right spot because the weight of the cake is going to press it towards the edges, and that is fine. I just want to press enough in there to hold the cake more or less level. And I am using the fact that the cake stand will, I have an actual turntable for cakes, but I'm using the fact that the cake stand will turn to just do this versus getting the turntable out and using one of these guys and so on and so forth, because having it actually stuck to the cake stand means that it's stuck to the cake stand when I go to cut it. Now we get the really fun part. The full-on frosting. Bill McCracken, that's right, Seamus. I know you guys cannot see as well. I am just literally cranking some out. This stuff is so thick. It's amazing, but it's so thick. I feel like I've made marshmallow in a way. Which is also how we know we definitely hit softball temperature, because it is thick. I may not even use the cranked palette knife. We'll see. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Yeah, you can see, if I move this, you can see it kind of slopes down. It is what it is. It's got a mind of its own. It'll solidify. It will. It's just, it wants to slide off this side because of the way it is. Can I possibly, oop, make a mess? Yes, absolutely. No. Can I possibly interest you, Cake, in spinning your whole body to maybe not slide off the edge? No, not really. Okay, we tried. Rinse that back off of our hands. What this is telling me, honestly, is I probably should have taken a moment to level the cake. The layers, specifically. Oh well, too late now, it is what it is. Let me move this back over here. So you can see me and what I'm actually doing. I guess I could have used a crumb layer. It's sticky enough that it's pulling the stuff off. Once again, too late now. We're in the thick of it. This is gonna be so good. I apologize for the quiet concentration. I'm just paying attention to what my cake is attempting to do. Because I want cake and not the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Or Cakesa, I guess it would be. The Leaning Tower of Cakesa? Yeah, something like that. Get some more. Just need to get over those little corners. Those little corners, eh? We went full Baking Mafia voice style for a moment. It happens. It's the New Yorker in me coming out, even though I've never really spent that much time in the city. Seamus was born there. I blame him. It's his influence. It's his fault. I don't know if it's a good influence or a bad one, but I blame him for it. Yeah, this cake just wants to lean. Okay. Give this a really good twirly swirly. Now we're going to start taking some of the excess off as we do, because we can stand this right up. Oop, that's too much. We hit too much. But I do want to take some of it off. Because I like a good frosting, but I don't like a, holy shit, my fillings just fell out, it's so sweet frosting. You know? And I'm just trying to also take some of the excess either off of the plate or make it less noticeable, the cake stand plate. And just ease her down. Okay, very good. She's still leaning. All right, we're just gonna have to go with it. It does make it hard to kind of more or less level the top though, because you can see it. It's just like schlooping to one side. Why? Schloop back that way. Just a tad, please. I'm not asking for much, just like solidify in the right spot, if you would be so kind. Hi, Biblio. It is gonna be very nummy. And I still have all of that left. Did not use the crank knife. That's okay. Set that aside. That can go in there. I am going to get a damp paper towel to wipe up some of the excess that came way too far down on the cake stand. Oh. Like way too far down. It is a leaning cake, and that'll be okay. Like I dripped some down here. And it has to be wet to help get it to move, because like this stuff solidifies. And yet doesn't. There. That'll help. At the very least, I'd like to not have humps in the back. My humps, my lovely cakey lumps. There, good enough. It's not like this cake is for a wedding. It doesn't have to be perfect. And now that I'm not gonna be handling the food like that anymore, I can do that. So in theory, I could stick a skewer in it until it sets, but fuck that. It will still be yummy, Catherine, 100%. Hi, Hemlock, welcome in. So thick. So thick. All right, I missed some stuff. Like a giant moon pie and you just want to bite it. I highly recommend biting it. So it's called a boiled frosting. It is basically a meringue frosting, but it is not a buttercream. There is zero butter in this recipe. It is sugar, golden syrup. I think a little bit of water went into it. Let me see. Yes, water, and then whip the eggs. So you boil the sugar, the golden syrup, and the water. You basically make like a caramel, essentially, and then you mix it in with the eggs. Same process as meringue, but not meringue. But speaking of caramel, we have caramel to put on the top. Like a very lovely thick caramel. It might actually be too thick for piping. I may have overcooked it just a tad. Oops. It should still be very tasty though. Yeah, this is not... You can see it's separated. I definitely maybe took it a little too far past. I don't think I can actually pipe this down the edges like I intended. Well, that's a shame. I've actually never had caramel separate like this. And it wasn't ready until it was like really ready. Let me pour the water off here. What we used to scrape it down should not have caused that, so I'm unsure. And it is sugar water. Interesting. Fascinating. I'm gonna have to research why that happened. Seamus and I will still eat this. But yeah, it's not gonna work to drizzle. So that's a shame. Womp womp. Sometimes things fail. Sometimes things fail. So this is gonna be the way the cake looks. This is gonna be the way the cake looks. Yeah, it's very interesting. He put walnuts on it. Ain't happening. I don't want walnuts on my cake. So let me, real quick, you're gonna get to actually see this part of the process, take a picture from whatever happens to be like the best angle before I slice this bitch. I don't think we usually get to slice the cake together. Yeah, I guess this is the best angle right here. You can see it just wants to schloop. Cream spice cake with boiled frosting. Because I always take a picture to send to my Snap story for my close friends and family. So that is, like, my Snapchat is not something that's publicly available. It will never be publicly available. That is by design. But since we're slicing it now, I have to take that while we're on stream. Get you a spoon. Yeah, you're gonna get to eat the caramel. Don't you worry. Thank you, Tamati. I'm gonna put this sugar away. And we are gonna get a knife out. A knife and a plate. Or two. I guess Seamus can have some as well. And I need to snooze the absolute beavers out of these ads because I don't want to run ads and then have you guys like we're gonna raid out after, so that would suck. I think the bread knife, it's not a sword, it is a knife. It's got a beautiful serrated edge to it. I think you can probably see it better if I do this. Beautiful. It's like $20 on Amazon. We need to see the inside of this cake. That's a rather large slice. Oh well. It's such a goopy mess. Come on. Come on. Off the knife. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Stunning. Get it off of my fingers real fast. Look at it fall. Look at it fall. Holy crap. Get up there. Stay. Stay. I need you for like not that much time. Perfect. That works. Save it. Send it to the same place I sent the last one. Go. Now it can fall apart. I have a feeling that I may have to do like Seamus suggested and potentially skewer this because I think it might try to fall off of itself. Isn't it pretty? Let me get Seamus a slice here. His doesn't have to stand up. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Here you go. Thank you. Let's try a bite and pray that that's still together when I see it next. You heard the maniacal laugh. It must be yummy. We're about to find out. Yes.
Oh.
Mmm. That is so good. That is so good. Ten out of 10. 10 out of 10. Do recommend. All right. So that the ads don't start on us, I am going to head back into the room to be desktop Sam. I'm going to bring my cake with me, of course. I am going... Maya, hi. You want some? It looks yummy. It's delicious. I am going to put you guys briefly on the BRB screen while I do this, and I will meet you over there, and we're going to find a place to go and hang out. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to bring all of the good vibes to somebody else. So, be right back.
Dylan shared beliefs on other planets with Brandy.
Wait, what?
Dylan shared beliefs on other planets with Brandy.
Oh, wow.
Dylan shared beliefs on the connection between social issues and authoritarianism with Brandy. Dylan gabbed
would
about
never
board
talk
games with
about
Marissa. Dylan just never shuts the fuck up. Dylan gabbed about board games with Marissa. Dylan and John talked about tall people. Dylan said a word about makeup to Brandy. Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Probably told me to wear some because I'm so fucking ugly.
Dylan talked deeply about the age of the universe with Sam. Like, he just never shuts the fuck up.
Just the opposite of him.
Oh, that was a narrow escape. Is your butthole clenched, lady? Because it should be. But I will M1 you. I'll be a meth slinger. Okay, you guys, here I am. It was fast. It was fast. Okay. You're welcome, Mark. I'm glad that you could make it. I'm glad that you could make it. Let's find a friend, shall we? I'm lurking myself twice. Let's find a friend. Let's see. Who is doing the stuff, the things, and all of the good vibes? That's what we need. We need good freaking vibes. You know what? I talk her up a lot. She's a wonderful human being. She is genuinely somebody with such a big heart and all the love for several communities. We're gonna go say hi to Pixie. You're welcome, crazy guy. I don't think we've said hi to Pixie in a long time, honestly. So that's where we're gonna go tonight. You guys, thank you so much for everything. For raids, chatting, following, resubscribing, gifting subs, subscribing for the first time, putting in bits, lurking, and just generally being awesome people, and any other ways that you chose to support that I forgot. Like, I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart and my lack of a soul. Like, the stream is here because you guys are here. It couldn't happen if you weren't here. I mean, it could happen, but it wouldn't be as fun without you guys. No, you, Mark. No, you. If you're not already, there is the Discord. The recipes are in the Discord. You can chat with us there. You can share your recipes with us. And I mean, I might make recipes that you share here on stream. So highly recommend coming to hang out with us. Socials, if you want to follow that instead. Like, I did these on my own, for the record. Focus, camera. And I will be putting... Okay, it's going to stop focusing. I will be putting those up on my nail art socials with the how-to sometime this week. So, like, good content. Good content. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Tamaiti. But let's go say hi to Pixie. She's currently playing some DBD. She's got on what looks like either a cute pink onesie or pink hoodie. She's super good vibes. If you are subscribed, then that first raid message with the mandalas is for you. If you're not subscribed, then the second one with the hearts is for you. Thank you for the lurking, Nova. I appreciate it. I appreciate you doing that. So you guys, I will be back on Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be a special evening stream. We're going to be starting late. It's self-care night for Seamus and I, but I'm also going to be playing with Suspenders. We're doing Phasmo. It's going to be good. In the meantime, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you, because you matter, friends. Thank you so much for being here. I can't wait to see you next time. Have a good night.